Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. Just finished eating. Just trying to woof down something right before today's stream. Good to see everybody. Bright outside. It's finally feeling like spring. Is awesome. We're a little bit late. Definitely not gonna say early. But at least it's bright outside, and at least it's kind of warm. Today we have random stuff lined up. And by random, I mean there's all kinds of things that drop today as far as trailers go. So we're gonna take a moment to look at trailers first, and then probably play some Dead Cells until I swap over to Raven's Watch. If something else comes down the pipeline before that happens, then I'll do that instead. But there's a couple things I want to look at. A couple of trailers, that is. If you all saw anything cool today, today's the day to post it in the chat. I need... what do I need? Link address. Excuse me. Hope you all are having a good Monday so far. Maybe you're playing some Tekken 8, fighting against Jin Mishima, spamming the 3 button on Eddie, which is... no, is that Eddie? Yeah, on Eddie, which is like... I clicked into it, and my god, that is some of the finest quality entertainment I have seen in a long time in a fighting game. I'm surprised, has no one ever thought to do that before? Just make a bot that spams one attack and then see how far it can get in ranked. Someone had to have done that before. That cannot be a brand new thing. I mean, there's like Mugen and stuff like that, but none of that stuff is on like real lobbies. Firefox. It's actually kind of crazy, and like there's a lot of people watching it, which is like a very good thing, because I'm sure there's some people who don't really like the idea of a bot being able to kill people like that. That's weird. My extension skipped like the first beginning of that. Let's kill our music. This is Akuma gameplay trailer.
Where will this path of strife...
I'm surprised we're ready for this already. Kinda crazy. Time is just flying right now. So every character gets a story mode segment, right? Does Akuma's story mode just kill you? Is that the whole thing? Map looks sick.
Ready yourself.
Dive kick.
Witness the abyss before you.
Air diagonal down fireballs. Like this right here, this is probably the best part of the character to me. I could play this character specifically because this attack exists. That's cool. Is there like super armor on the Senpu? From to just beat Ryu in the air? Cool. I was in Lyrics chat today because they were talking about Street Fighter. They showed the Maynard versus, who was it? Tokaido? I don't remember who he was fighting against, but the finals match for Evo Japan. And just the idea of being able to do combos like in an actual fighting environment against real people. Like that to me is a combo that's probably in mission mode. which is like really cool, and like you spam that mission mode combo over and over and over again just to drop it in actual play. But eventually, with my Kimberly, eventually we were starting to get those combos. It just took us some time, and like I wasn't willing to put time in. Oh my god, that goes so far. The ground bounce attacks are like so fun. Off the wall? I wonder if that goes through projectiles like Cammy's attack does. Something about Street Fighter 6 and like one single punch to KO the other person. Like it's not some fancy combo or anything like that. It's just like putting someone in the dirt in one punch. Yo, No Gal, good to see you.
Sacrifice yourself to the Satsui no Hano.
Looks good.
Die a thousand deaths. I am the true master of the fist.
They gotta have the input, right? Zangief has some nasty input, so that's gotta have the same, like, input that it used to. Available now, but, like, the actual character's not. I assume. No release date for Akuma in here? May 22nd. Alright. Would I go back to Street Fighter just to see some Akuma? I don't know, but like that trailer is pretty hypey. And of course, we have another fighting game trailer in here. Guilty Gear. Those who remember, I did play some Guilty Gear on stream. Like, maybe 3 days worth before I was like, alright, I'm a little scared. Jab, jab, forward, short kick, heavy punch input always. I'm curious to see what it's going to end up being in Street Fighter 6. What are we playing today? We have a command, exclamation point docket. We're going to look at some trailers, and then we're going to do some Dead Cells, and then whatever's after that, we're chilling.
Oh, how dandy.
My lovely wife is waiting.
Seems like so
Let's
loud.
make this quick.
Always love the music in Guilty Gear Strive. Strive is such a good game. Do people not like Strive?
How dandy.
My lovely wife is waiting. Let's make this quick.
Like, the only reason I'm not playing Strive is just like any other fighting game. Like, I get nervous hopping into online lobbies. And, like, I'll play League of Legends and think nothing of it. But when it comes to a fighting game where it's like, the only way you lose is on your own, it's like a completely different feeling. I don't want to be at fault for a loss. At least in League of Legends, I knew I did everything I could, and that wasn't enough.
Try to calm down. Stress is bad for the blood. Glad to see you're energetic. Just
Does he
like
only
you
punch?
should be. Apologies. Can you stand? I should really learn to act my age.
Laid back and dignified vampire.
You still want a handicap? Good grief. Obstinacy grows into arrogance.
He bites people?
Show me your dandy.
I wonder if it's like the other vampire guy that actually gets enhanced by blood. This is like a weird looking frame. Something unnatural about this.
No need to worry. I've gotten good at holding it back. By all means, call for help. How many years until our rematch? Well, I'll be waiting patiently.
They know how to do some good trailers. May 30th! Cool stage. ABBA's trailer was really good too. Season 3 is now complete. Look forward to Season 4. What I really need for a game like this is a collector's edition. Is it collector's edition? Maybe like Ultimate Edition. So we'd actually be able to get all the different characters that were introduced. Because a lot of them do look really fun. But I don't want to buy one individual character for like $6. If I'm going to spend anything, I'd rather just get the whole kit. Alright, not bad, not bad. Oh, chat, by the way, we have our latest vid up. Hope you got a chance to see it. Dead Cells is not perfect, and here's why. This one took me... I think I've been working on this one for like 2 months. It's actually kinda toxic. I don't know if DaVinci Resolve will actually tell me how long I've been playing that. I know some of the footage is from January, but that's... I basically have like all of my footage on various hard drives, and then what I'll do is I'll like pick stuff out as need be. So this one had stuff all the way back from when we did Dead Cells Early Access Vanilla, all the way up until like some 21 BC footage. But I don't think I can get an accurate tell on how long I've been working on it. I think it's a cool video. It's an interesting idea to talk through the things that are like not great about the game that you have a bunch of hours in, or something that's like extremely popular. Yeah, I have no information. That's too bad. I should try tracking how long it takes me to do some of these vids. That being said, there is a new video for Rogue Prince of Persia. They're calling these community updates. Is there a second one? Oops. Okay, their first one was just like, how did they get to this point? And then the second one is the first about the actual game. Alright. Hook us up. Traversal in combat.
Hello and welcome to our second community update for the Rogue Prince of Persia. This one is all about how we made the game really feel like a Prince of Persia game with the controller in your hand. The action, the platforming, the wall run. We want you to feel like...
Yeah, so I did post a like follow-up video for Rogue Prince of Persia demo, and I had a decent amount of people say that it is literally a reskin of Dead Cells. And like, besides it being a 2D platformer, this part right here,
with no interruption between traversal and combat.
This doesn't exist in Dead Cells. If you were to say, oh, well, what about like challenge rifts? You can't just say platforming is Dead Cells. You can say this is Mario for all you care.
So let's start with the obvious one, the wall run. A classic Prince of Persia move. The wall run is key to the prince's movement and combat.
As I'm watching this, like, there's little animations that happen when the prince jumps out.
Escape groups of enemies when
more than I remember.
Maneuver yourself into an advantageous position before attacking, and to get to areas that seem completely out of reach at first glance.
Yeah, like that little spin jump?
Horizontally, vertically, and diagonally, but not downwards. But if you're worried about falling onto a big old pile of spikes, then have no fear. The prince can slow his descent
This is new. Maybe third biome?
by sticking his dagger into the wall, if there is one, of course, allowing you to avoid traps or falling straight into bad
Yeah, there's like thorns?
situations. This
All of this is new.
one isn't exactly a Prince of
It's like a monster here.
Persia move, but it looks cool. So what happens if the wall is too long for
I don't know if you can grab
well,
hold of the
there's
monster's
usually
little
poles
thing.
around that you can grab onto or perch on. Use these resting spots to stop and scout your next move.
Someone made a comment saying that why don't the poles move when he jumps on them? And like as a demo, that's always something that can be added later, but I thought of these as like sturdy. If they moved when you jumped on them, then I don't know if you would want to be jumping on them all that much.
Or by timing your next jump
I guess
right,
they can't be like
bounding
super
swing
rigid.
from pole to pole in a speedy whirlwind of acrobatics. I'll let you guess which one is more fun.
I didn't know you could like
The other
fast vault off of these.
wall run.
And it even gives a little animation to it. That's kind of sick. You know what would be really cool? And I keep talking about meta progression for this game. Like, for all I know, there's no meta progression at all. And it's like a Binding of Isaac or something. But it would be cool if, like, you get some kind of chain bonus for each of these specialty jumps. And then, like, maybe the next monster you attack, you do bonus damage to or something like that.
You know, the one where you run up vertical walls? The middle child? We should really find a name for this one. But anyway, this allows for quick vertical climbing and also doubles as a way to get a horizontal boost at the end as you backflip off the wall to the next spot. The dash is...
Yeah, that's a new area. Wait, these are new monsters, too.
To get yourself out of a tight spot, out of a bomb's radius, or to close a distance to an enemy.
Yeah, I haven't used this weapon yet.
If you dash towards an enemy when close enough, the prince will dodge over that enemy's head, putting himself behind them and ready to go to town on their unprotected back.
But I think that was some Biome 3 footage, maybe?
Fine. It's basically the vault from the Sands of Time. So, that's the movement set. Now, what about the combat? Well,
I do really enjoy the movement in the game. I think if they didn't do that, it would probably not be a Prince of Persia game. If it was just combat, and that's basically it. I think I'm almost at the point where I want the traversal more than the combat, but the idea of fighting anything, if you go back to like Sands of Time or Warrior Within, like you were always fighting stuff in Prince of Persia games. So it does have to have some kind of combat. It's just like maybe the super old ones, you mostly ran away.
I did numerous options for you to manage the groups of enemies. They'll be wanting to stab you in delicate bits, bonk you on the head, or just smash you to a pulp. We're not going to run through the specifics of each weapon, but rest assured that there is something for everyone. We have quick stabby weapons, weapons you can...
Yeah, the dash attack's super important. This is like a new biome that we haven't seen yet. And we have not had launcher technology, I can tell you that much.
You've seen everywhere already. Each one has a combo, as well as a special attack. So it's not just a question of mashing the attack button in every situation, unless you want to, of course, so we're not your boss. Each weapon is based on something that was around in a rough time period that we've based the game on, with some artistic liberties, of course, and more will be added during early access too. The prince can also use tools. Tools are way more
I saw the dagger on Vault just then.
Because it doesn't 100%.
Ooh, that's new. Loot Goblin? So, what's the closest thing we have in Dead Cells to a Loot Goblin? I don't think we have any. Which is, like, really interesting, because the way Dead Cells is made up, you could very easily have chase segments. I guess the issue is, like, on higher difficulties, when you're in, like, 5 BC, monsters are teleporting to you and stuff like that. Also, chasing a Loot Goblin at the same time might be an issue. But in Astral Ascent, we have Loot Goblins. It's a little astral bunny that bounces around. And even though monsters are, like, I'd almost dare say stronger in Astral Ascent than in Dead Cells, it still works. So I'm surprised that we never got that.
Charges that are used up with each use. You can refill them by hitting enemies. There are classics like
That's a gnarly segment.
But you will unlock others that allow you to try something different. You can find ones that pull enemies towards you, pull yourself forward, or jump up into the air and smash down. I mean, who doesn't love that?
Yeah, that's a really cool skill.
As you find them in a run, to adjust to how your loadout is evolving, or just how you want to play, and you can do the same with the primary weapons too. Just like the primary weapons, more tools will be added during early access. Sometimes even the prince can get overwhelmed with enemies. At this point, the kick can come in very, very handy. At its simplest, it allows you to push an enemy backwards to give you some breathing space, but it is so much more than that. It allows you to Sparta kick an enemy into oblivion, or a trap.
Oh, you can kick those? I always try to attack them. Wait, that was a different trap! We keep seeing different stuff.
Or a trap.
This is another biome. We've seen like 4 biomes. This one has spinning blades. Holy crap.
Or spikes. As if you needed any more reason to kick an enemy, it also has the added bonus of stunning the enemy if it is kicked into a wall. Kick an enemy into another enemy and they are both stunned, leaving them insanely vulnerable to a follow-up attack. Finally, kicking an enemy onto a shielded enemy, who you will quickly learn to hate, breaks their shield instantly, which would otherwise take precious time to break.
Yeah, the shields
So, yeah.
are a little dangerous because they also don't have any stagger to the monster either.
The kick is kinda useful. Here is the dive attack, and yeah, okay, it isn't very Prince of Persia-y. It just feels great to use and lets you both stun enemies and break shields at the same time.
Isn't very Prince of Persia-y. I almost wonder how could you make it Prince of Persia-y? Like I said when we were playing the game, being able to roll out of it would be really cool. Maybe there's like a power-up where like landing on an enemy does something specifically, and I think that's probably Prince of Persia-esque. Assassin's Creed, you always like jump up and like land on an enemy and then execute it. Maybe that's like a little bit closer. You can maybe like jump, land on an enemy, roll with it, and then toss it forward or something.
And again, the speedrunners will find this very handy.
I think they got options.
On top of all that, there are also the medallions.
Land on them, do the flip.
Combat move,
Yeah, I
but
think
harder.
that... There's so many things that you can do, I think. We just don't know if they want to go that direction. And it's like too early to tell.
Your fighting moveset. Medallions are triggered by a wide variety of things, such as kicking an enemy or wall running above them. They then either apply effects to enemies like damage or slowdown, or they can affect you with something like healing.
Oh, the resin must be the slowdown.
You can only use 4, and they can upgrade each other depending on where you slot them. Upgraded weapons can also trigger effects that medallions are triggered by or interact with. So there's lots of synergies and builds for you to explore, but we don't want to go into specifics here, we want you to discover that for yourself. As mentioned before, this is just the start of early access, so there'll be more weapons, tools, and gameplay elements added in the future. This is just a base for the game to build on.
Okay.
Hopefully you can see how much...
Okay, so these are actually monsters that you jump onto their tongues. I think that's a tongue, right?
she worked on making the...
And then they pull up. Funny enough, Returnal has something similar to that. And you actually need to get pulled up to reach other areas. But if you go too high, obviously you get eaten.
As possible. You really should feel like going through a level is one big fluid movement, with pauses for healing, of course. But there is always room to make things even better, and your feedback will be crucial to how we move forward. So we
Wow, whoever did the traversal for these trailers is actually really good.
hope you will be able to join us on a journey through early access. We'll be back next week with a dive into the music and art direction of the game, so don't miss that one.
Oh no! That's so funny. This is a real thing. I had comments in my videos that were also asking, why is he purple? And my answer was, it's just a video game. Y'all can't see his why does he look like Thanos? Let me hide real quick. No shot. They actually saw this. So next week's video is supposed to be about the art direction. And someone's going to have to answer this question. Or not. Just say it's a video game. What does the color mean? No shot they actually are gonna respond to that. I mean, it's cool if they do. I can't really show my comments very well, but that is extremely funny. How's Marcus announcing something tomorrow? Yeah, we saw that on Twitter, I think. But it's really hard to see if you're not logged in. V.me Twitter. Because, like, it does this now. Really annoying. I mean, we're streaming tomorrow, so if we get the chance to just showcase whatever they show, then we'll be doing that. I have a lot of hours in Returnal. It's all on PS5, though. I didn't play at all for PC. And, like, whatever comes out, I'm sure it will be first on PlayStation. So that's gonna be, like, really, really fun. I don't know if I have any other trailers. Unless you all have some. The main reason why I don't, like, spam Returnal, even though I love the game, is that I almost treat Returnal as a campaign game with roguelike elements besides Tower of Sisyphus. And Tower of Sisyphus, I don't think... It's almost like a speedrun game. I don't think it looks as well as a roguelike. On this channel, at least. Did I watch id at Xbox? Did that happen? I know that was today, but I didn't see anyone mention it. And by anyone, I mean like other streamers. Dungeons of Hinterberg. Yeah, these are all 1 hour ago, so these are the brand new trailers. How World. 33 Immortals. Maybe some actual gameplay? I mean, we had gameplay before. This one I'm actually really excited about. This, to me, is like Raven's Watch.
33 Immortals is a 33-player co-op action roguelike game, where you pick up your controller and go
33-player co-op roguelike game.
on epic raids in increasingly difficult regions.
There are invites
Your
to
goal
this?
is to fight and survive.
I'm not getting invites to jack squat. This is bullcrap. I want to check one thing, and if it's not there, then we rage. It is... Ooh, Dead Island 2 is on Steam now? Oh my god, that's huge. With the DLC? I hope it's cross-compatible, because I don't really want to get another copy. If I can help it.
Together with as many players as possible in each region. There are plenty of ways to cooperate. Stick together. Heal each other.
To me, this is like playing Final Fantasy XIV. Like a 24-man raid. And that, to me, in a roguelike format, sounds incredible.
Fight together.
Hello, are you gonna play Dead Cells? Languish, if you don't mind me asking, as someone with like 2,000... How many hours do we have in Dead Cells? 2,500 hours in Dead Cells. Where I would think I've done everything there is to do in the game. What would you want to see me do in Dead Cells that you haven't already seen? Not a pop quiz, I'm just genuinely curious.
Revive one mother. Only together will you eventually unlock the Ascension battle. Then, with your allies, ascend to the region's final arena and challenge that region's massive boss. The first rule to success: bring with you as many players
Pre-beta.
as possible. Lucifer is Inferno's big boss, and he is brutal.
Hitbox? How did you get hit by that?
Lucifer is Inferno's big boss,
So your character's right here, right?
and he is brutal.
No shot does that hit. I mean, I guess this is why it's pre-beta, right? Because they need the testing and the feedback. Beat the game blindfolded? So I thought, this is not a brand new thought. We have actually storyboarded this a couple of times. I had a better idea than blindfolded. My, like, perfect idea was to have someone who's never seen the game before, like either airless or like a streamer buddy, and have them talk me through the game while I'm not looking. So, like, it's kind of hard to do Dead Cells blindfolded, period, because there's no noise indicators for a lot of stuff. Unlike Hades, where, like, you get hit and, like, tell that you're up against a wall. Like, the only thing you could really do is say explosive crossbow. You shoot the crossbow, you know it exploded sooner. And if you jump and shoot, it doesn't explode. So that means you know there's, like, some height there that you could traverse. But I don't think there's anything else in Dead Cells that helps you know where you are from a sound cue. So to me, the best idea would be, let's say I'm playing backwards, you know, and then someone is, like, watching the screen and then telling me what to do. Bonus points if there's someone who doesn't know the game. Like, that's the dream setup. Maybe that could be like a subathon thing, but
Cooperation
very, very
together
far out.
is the key to defeating Lucifer. If there are 33 of you, that will give you the best chance at victory. But don't despair if there are fewer. Fortune favors the bold. Second, avoid his deadly attacks. Frozen Hate, Last Betrayal, and Eternal Sorrow will deal unavoidable, unblockable damage if you're caught in the area of effect. Third, know your weapons. Take advantage of each player's unique skills and weapons to tackle.
Is this multiple
Lucifer's
health
formidable
bars?
challenge.
Why the health bar reset?
If you're caught in the area of effect. Third, know your weapons. Take advantage of each player's unique skills
Yeah.
and weapons to tackle
Those, like, last epoch almost?
Lucifer's formidable challenges, whether they're his own attacks or those done by his minions. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, stick together and cooperate. Use your co-op powers wisely. Your group's collective strength is essential to defeating our powerful boss and unlocking access to the next region, which will not only feature tougher enemies.
So, my only thing that I worry about in this game is there, like, an enrage mechanic? Because in an MMO, fighting against a boss that's supposed to be done with 33 people, if you can get to the point where it's only done with, like, 6 people, then you end up in this situation where, like, you don't want more people and or it's not even necessary. However, if the boss has an enrage mechanic, that is to say, like, after you've taken too long or you fail a DPS check, you will automatically die. So at best, you need more people to beat the DPS check. I'm not sure which one I would like to have over the other. I think in some worlds, I don't want this to be possible with only, like, 6 people. But then I'd also think, like, oh, having, like, Twitch chat. We're all gonna do this boss, and then we only have 12 people and we still win. Like, that does sound kind of cool. But also, like, a balanced nightmare.
Third, know your weapons. Take advantage of each player's unique skills.
Reminds me of
and
the game they
weapons
did a
to
few
tackle
years ago called Jotun. Does not sound familiar. Was it on Steam? Because 33 Immortals is actually on Epic Game Store. So I can't actually see Um,
regions. Your goal is to fight and survive together with as many players as possible in each region. There are plenty of ways to cooperate.
Jotun. Valhalla edition. Oh, so their big thing is fighting against giant bosses? Oh, okay. Shoutouts to Jesse Cox. Oh yeah, that's extremely similar. That's cool that they were making a multiplayer version of that. Think we were here? What about one skill or no weapons? The only thing about doing challenge runs like that in Dead Cells, right now Dead Cells is probably like a 2-hour long run for me while I'm like talking through different kinds of stuff. So while that's like, it's a cool challenge, it takes so long unless I skip all the monsters. If I were to do like an owl only run, I'm not gonna sit there and like wait for the owl to kill every monster, or else we are gonna be here forever. So I would just go to the boss and then stand there until the owl kills it. So it's like, I don't think that's as interesting as something like 21 BC or Nuzlocke. Speaking of blindfold Dead Cells, King DKC beat Timekeeper blindfolded back in the day. I do remember that. I don't know if I was there for it. I may have just seen it on Twitter, because they do post a lot of stuff on Twitter. And that, like, that's doing the fight itself, which, blindfolded, that sounds completely reasonable. But if you think about Clock Tower, trying to actually get to Timekeeper while blindfolded in Clock Tower sounds awful. And that's not to say that it's not a cool challenge. But I mean, from like a plausibility standpoint, like you can't say, oh, he's a god because he happened to jump and find the elevator. Because there's nothing in the game that like tells you the elevator's there. You're just spamming R1 hoping to get the sound cue. But then you have to actually jump up to the elevator in the first place. So like, if the audio cues were there, it would probably be incredible. But unfortunately, it's just not. Unless you maybe use explosive crossbow or something. But even then, that doesn't tell you that there's a ladder behind you that you need to like climb up. Clock Tower's the same like entrance every single time. You walk forward, there's a ladder that goes up, a jump, and then an elevator. So like you can go off of memory and kind of tell if you got there or not. But then after that, it is completely off the rails. And like maybe with enough hours, someone could make it to the top. But it's like, I would love it to be possible in like a couple of attempts. Otherwise, we'd be here for years trying to get it.
Which will not only feature tougher enemies, but also tougher bosses. More to come on those new regions and bosses real soon.
Hey, today's Dead Cells video on YouTube, everything wrong with Dead Cells. One additional thing that's wrong with Dead Cells, you can't play it blindfolded, except for maybe the bosses. Oh, we were looking at the Xbox stuff. Vampire Survivors, Beat the Machine rebooted, Manor Lords. I know a lot of people are playing this right now. Oh, it's actually just these up top? So, 33 Immortals. The Rewinder. I guess we can look at this. Chris, is that all the trailers? Yeah, we have a little bit of time in Tribes of Midgard. I think it's an interesting game. I just don't know if I truly enjoyed my time playing it. Is multiplayer possible in Dead Cells? No. Until someone like reverse engineers the game, because right now modding support is... Remember, there's no more development for Dead Cells at all. So whatever's there is there. So modding support is not going to be enhanced. So the only way to get multiplayer is, I think, if someone reverse engineers the whole game. There's nothing in the game that you can... Take like Mario Odyssey, for example. Mario Odyssey multiplayer is in the Luigi DLC, I think. So the people who modded that found a way to get more people into one lobby, and now you have like 8 speedrunners play hide and seek in Mario Odyssey. We have nothing like that in Dead Cells. Like, not even streamer mode, where like it brings in the chicken. That's not like a person, that's just a bot. There's nothing that can let you even hack to bring in another player. Someone would have to make it from scratch. That's in there for today's video. Is it a horror game? Alter the timeline. It's a roguelike, except you can't die and everyone else can die. Unravel the mystery. Super loud for me. Rip? I still couldn't really tell what kind of game that was, but I like how it looked at least. Sorry, 1 second. I lost my chat. V wears Stellar Blade. There's other games I'd rather play than Stellar Blade. Like, I saw it on the initial, I think it was Game Awards trailer, and it looked good then. And it probably is, like, okay, but I don't want to dump hours into Stellar Blade, knowing that there's other stuff on the horizon. Let's see if IGN has other stuff.
Old web of RPG crafting and survival systems. Maybe the real main story was the...
So that's the whole stream. What would you rank Dead Cells on in a tier list? A tier list of what? Other roguelikes? Other indie games? Astral Blade of the Monolith. Is this a Souls-like?
Welcome back to
Video games in general?
I'm Damon Hadfield, and right now my good...
See, it's tough for me because if you were to ask me, V, what are your top games of all time, Dead Cells is not even in the top 10. And that's not because Dead Cells is a bad game, but I've played so many things years ago that probably don't hold a candle to most games as far as people's opinions go. But, like, I can't say that those older games are not in my top 10. When I think top 10, I think things like Metal Gear Solid. I think things like Sonic Adventure 2. So, like, there's so many things that I cannot have out of a top 10. The only, like, recent game that I think I could put in the top 10 is Returnal. And that's because, like, that game, I think, is extremely high quality. Maybe it's not the best roguelike. Maybe it's not the best horror game, but it's the best Returnal game I've ever played. So it's like, I can't have Dead Cells in there at all, I feel. It's probably in my top 20 if I were to make a top 20 list, but it cannot be in my top 10, just off principle.
Friend Kim and I are taking a look at Aster, Blade of the Monolith. So Kim, what's the deal with Aster, Blade of the Monolith? What kind of game is this?
This is
I played a demo for Aster. Might play it if it hits Game Pass. The gameplay trailer's not very good. Astor. May 30th. What in the world? That's a month away. Play this until Hyperlight Breaker comes out. The font's kind of weird, but I'm picking up what they're putting down. A little bit of Breath of the Wild just then. Oh, is it a Zelda-like? More so than a Soulsborne? Maybe a Zelda-like with Soulsborne bosses. Maybe that's what's happening here. And magic. Because it would be boring if it was only Zelda. Tiny build. And versus evil. Maybe something good there. Okay, so these are all from 2 hours ago. So this must all be the stuff that is released from the stream. Tales of Iron 2? A sequel? No shot. We played Tales of Iron 1. It's actually a very fun game. I feel like I think I like this game better than Salt and Sanctuary. Not exactly the same game, but if I were to play one over the other, it would be this.
Can you truly conquer the darkness? If it returns, night after night, the formidable Wardens of the North, hailed vanquishers of the Dark Wing.
Haven't played it yet. It's a weird game to think you would like it, but once you actually get like immersed into it as a rat playing Dark Souls, it's like extremely fun. It just needs a little bit of immersion from the player.
Generation after generation, ready for that fateful day when the shadows will reclaim their bloody reign.
Like the idea that you're fighting a porcupine as a rat is so funny to me.
Yes. We never have as long.
It's a short game. Okay, I mean that's a good thing nowadays. I don't have enough time to play the stuff I want to play.
As we dare hope. As Arlo, son of Eivor, prepare to embark on an epic quest across the vast realms of the Northern Wastes to purge your lands of the
Is that multiplayer?
once and for all. But you won't defeat Count Kazak and his dreaded Sky Scorchers alone. Unite the disparate clans of the realm. Rebuild Winter's Edge to an all-new glory.
I can't tell if that was multiplayer or if it's a bot.
Of legend. Though remember, the stronger the light, the darker the shadow.
Some really visceral deaths in this.
Tales of Iron 2. Whiskers of Winter. Wishlist now.
Voice actor, that's so funny. Okay, that might be something. There's a free update with post-ending content around Christmas last year. I do think people genuinely enjoyed the game. It's just like I said, we did our first look and then we hadn't revisited it. This game I remember seeing at PAX. I don't think it's an action game. I think it's more like a Valhalla situation. New Jackbox. Ooh, new Marvel Rivals trailer? I am probably not gonna play this game at all. As cool as I think it is, it's probably not gonna show up on the docket. Any gameplay? Yo, Run, good to see you. Yo, Beats. Looks just like another game. I can't think of what, though. Surely they show gameplay. This doesn't look like a Marvel game at all. Like, imagine you're on that map and then Spider-Man shows up fighting against Wolverine. Closed alpha May 10th is like right around the corner. Yeah, we did check out Akuma in the beginning of the stream. That guy is gonna take over. I hope you're ready to fight nothing but Akuma for the next, like, 2 months. That's where Penny Parker is from? Okay, if it's anything, like, post-Avengers, I don't know what it is. And if you're gonna tell me, V, it's actually from the comics, then I am, like, really not gonna know what it is. I don't say that as an insult. I say that as I know nothing. Spider-Verse? Yeah, we didn't see Spider-Verse. We saw the first one, but when the second one came out, we haven't seen a movie in, like, years. Because that's like COVID.
The head of production at Massive Damage, and I'm going to show you a little bit of our upcoming game, Farah, the Sundered Tribes. If you haven't seen Farah before, it's a combination of co-op monster hunting, open world survival craft, and a tribal colony sim.
Open world survival craft colony simulator.
With a heavy focus on aerial mechanics. This is my village.
It's a lot of
here.
words.
This is where I manage my tribe and where they craft all the equipment and potions and weapons and food, you know, all the stuff that we need to survive.
Oh, look at this seamless world.
Out of harm's way here. We live on a magical floating island. It's surrounded by friendly sky whales, but when I go to the underland below, that's when things get a little more interesting. The world of Farah is designed to be kind of a jungle gym for aerial mechanics. You can chain together moves of gliding and tethering to achieve really fast speeds, and it's a lot of fun to see your friends zipping around you, soaring in the air like you're fighting.
Speaking of Spider-Man.
Right now we're on a mission to track down a Groktuck's egg, which we've located here. This is gonna...
So I say this every time we look at a game like this. I assume this game will not function at all in practice. Like, this is a closed environment and the dev can show off all the fancy stuff. But my thought is that once this is in the player's hand, it's not going to play like this at all.
Involve us fighting a large Groktuck.
But I want to be wrong.
A little bit of how combat works. Our combat design also retains that aerial focus, so in addition to physical attacks, our monsters also attack you with elemental bullet hell style barrages, which sort of test your mastery of Farah's aerial mechanics. In addition, you can also cling to the monsters and attack their different body parts, and even saw off craftable trophies mid-combat. But as
Yo,
I
we got
mentioned,
some
today
Dragon's
I'm
Dogma in
gonna
there.
Hunt for a Groktox egg. So while my friends have him distracted, I'm gonna go find it. When the time is right, I'll be able to hatch the egg, and I'll gain a new addition to my beast menagerie, who I can then bring into the Underland to help me out in all sorts of ways. So that's a little snippet of what makes up our game. If you like
Very
what you see and you wanna
ambitious.
find out more, give us a wish list and follow us at playfera.com.
You know the part that sucks for me the most? Is like, why do these games have to have
Combination of co-op monster
the colony simulator part? Like, I would love, and obviously this is something that someone's gonna really enjoy, and I'm not taking that away from anybody. I don't want to do this part right here. I would love to have like a town that you just go and maybe do your own crafting. But if I have to actually take care of the people here, besides quests and stuff like that, if I have to build up the colony, that's where I disconnect a little. Like, getting into this part looks incredible. And if it's like a daily quest of go get a dragon's egg, take it back, and I get XP for it, like, that's awesome. I would love to do that.
which we've located here. This is
It's like Ark. Like, I would love to play Ark to fight dinosaurs, but I don't want to do anything else besides that. And I don't know if that game exists.
All of us fighting a large Groktox, so you can see a little bit of how combat works. Our combat design also
Like, I wouldn't mind riding dinosaurs. I wouldn't mind crafting with dinosaur stuff. But then to, like, build a house and have to sleep and eat, I don't know if I want to do that.
aerial focus. So in addition,
Just play Horizon? You're not wrong.
Attack you with elemental bullet hell style barrages, which sort of test.
But then there's all those NPCs I have to talk to. I don't want to talk to NPCs either.
Pharah's aerial mechanics.
What do I want to do?
In addition, you can
Maybe
also
that's the
see
ultimate question.
monsters
V, what
that
do you
have their
actually
body
want to
parts,
do?
even saw off
Complain.
craftable
That's what I
trophies
want to
in
do.
combat. But as I mentioned,
Just play Monster
today
Hunter?
I am
Monster
on
Hunter
a
Wilds.
Groktox egg, so while
That's
my
a game
friends
that's
have
going to be
distracted,
this,
I'm gonna go
maybe
find it.
next year.
When the time is right, I'll be able to hatch the egg, and I'll gain a new addition to my beast menagerie, who I can then bring into the Underland to help me out in all sorts of ways. So that's a little
Like
snippet
Pow
of what
World.
makes up our game.
I would love
If
to
you
have
like what you
just
see and you
shot
wanna find out more,
Pokemon and
give us
have
a
them
wish list
shoot
and
back
follow
at me.
us at playfera.com.
But then, like, to actually have to do base building in Pow World, that's Resident Sleeper for me. Timeless Galaxy. Take a look. I don't know why every time I stream, I get something in my eye. It's like automatic. Could be psychological too. Like, there's not actually something there, it's just, it's gonna happen mentally. Build a story. Are you a detective? Probably not gonna show up on the stream, but there are definitely people who like these, like, indie story building games. What was that about a sex ed bot? Oh, maybe you're a reporter. If it's somehow procedurally generated, that would be, like, actually kind of cool. Like, just infinite amounts of stories that you could make up. Sci-fi world and meet the quirky aliens of Times and Galaxy. Just an intern, but get the scoop. Doesn't really tell you what kind of game. Alright. We'll do one more. We'll check out Sulfur. And then load up our game for today. I like checking out these trailers with you all, because I miss a lot of stuff that doesn't show up on Twitter. FPS game? Finally, V gets to play a real game. A gamer's game. I like the music. Okay, so there are other things with guns. I was gonna say, like, can you actually die in this game? Yo, the hoodie? Doom who? There's a lot of inventory management from the look of it. Yeah, this actually looks kind of decent. Spelunky Ghost? It looks like maybe you could augment your gun in some way. That thing looked cool. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down, game. OurDiscord.com. That does not sound like a legitimate site. Chat, don't put that in. That gets a wish list out of me. Has a demo too. Hook yourselves up. No date besides 2024. Interesting, interesting. It takes you to their actual Discord. That sounds super... Like, all that needs is a .ru at the end. And then I feel like that is definitely not a site you're supposed to go to. Or a .co.biz or something like that. There's no way. Very good trailers. Definitely shout outs to Capcom and Arxis. Always making me want to go back and do some fighting games. Have you ever tried or heard of Noita? We are... Not to say that we're not the biggest fans of Noita. All I'm gonna say is that whenever we talk about Noita, it's in the most negative way possible for the greatest enjoyment for the viewer. I know it's a grade A game, award-winning, I'm sure. But I genuinely enjoy making fun of it. So it has been played. I can say that much. I don't just make fun of it with zero knowledge. I have like maybe 2 hours of knowledge. No, that's not. We have more than 2 hours. Hang on. I can prove it. Noita. I have 7 hours in Noita. There's no way. Ain't no way that's all I've played. We've been in there for so much longer than 7 hours. Are you kidding me? That game's torture. I feel like I played 30 hours of Noita. But according to the game, that's wrong. Yo, loot or die on daily challenge. Let's go. That game drags on? I mean, if the game drags on, that's probably like you're a pro player. I could barely get through 10 minutes before I die. Oh, maybe we have to disable. Disable, then restart. What happens if you hit restart? I wasn't in a run. Okay, it throws it here. Probably Balance Blade, right? And then we go... This is actually a very small biome. Let's go left first. Hold to attack. Okay, that does let us kill now. I think if I get hit, I lose my bonus. But yeah. I know people do like Noita. I won't say it will never show up on the stream. I just have to have a really specific idea in mind. I can't just play anything anytime. Oh, we need that. Crap, I got hit and lost my combo. We do want to kill this thing because it's worth like 10 points. 6 points? That's it? On what planet? You don't hate yourself enough? I did say that I will revisit Noita one day. And I did have a lot of people who said don't play it with chat integration the next time you revisit it. Because every time I play the game, it's with Twitch chat. Because they have a very good chat integration mode. We have to be careful to not die. That's worthless. Because like I could assault dash into spikes or something and just die. Crap. When I opened that scroll, the monster actually took no damage. Bible? I don't think that's better. Alright. V's favorite game, Noita. Between that and Terraria. But I would like to play Terraria for, their update. I can't knock you down, can I? It's unfortunate. I'll run it back. Rank 51? In an instant death? Did no one do daily challenge today? That's yet another things wrong with Dead Cells. No one's doing daily challenge. That's totally the devs' fault. If you haven't seen that video, please give it a look-see. Exclamation point latest. I think it's also the pinned comment. I don't want to skip everything. I really want that assault shield. Please? I don't remember where that sickle was. Oh, it was up top the vine rune. I don't know how much use I'm getting out of that. Yeah, I think like a speedrunner. What would Vord do? I wish I could pick that up. Alright, so same thing, except this time... Actually, let's go up. Not enough monsters up here, is there? Alright, him! It looks like we have to contest that spinny guy no matter what. There we go. There we go. Chillin', chillin'. Trying to get as much of this combo as I can. Yo, he still got it. We do want to kill that elite. It's worth a good amount of points. Oh, I shouldn't have gone this way. And we don't have an amulet. Unlucky. 30 points just for that. I think that's worth it. Double unlucky? Chat, does anyone regularly do daily challenge? Give me a Y if you've done daily challenge in the last month. Give me an N if V, I didn't even know this exists. That's a not very good breakout, I'm sorry. V, what about us in the middle? I did daily challenge 3 years ago, but I know it exists too. I couldn't stop that. Y/N? Yeah, my bad, my bad. Very unhelpful. We're almost at the point where we can like 2-tap with Balance Blade. Like that. One minute left. Where are we going? We have to go down. Gotta get the star. Sometimes the star automatically flies to you, but I guess that was too far away. Double star! What does it mean? Flawless? Is Flawless stronger? It claims it is. Just don't get hit forehead. It's actually not stronger. Are you kidding me? How is it not stronger? Wait, there's a curse here. I'm not gonna have 10 monsters left. I did leave some monsters at the Vine Room, but we only have 30 seconds. If we're lucky, there's a teleport before the boss, and then we can go down to Vine Rune and maybe clear the curse, and maybe that's worth more than the boss. It's asking for a lot, I think. Almost died just then. They cleared the curse. We have 800 left. I don't think I can kill the boss in 8 seconds. Alright. Alright, I mean, top 10. Something light. If we had... So this is like a min-max map. If you know that there's 2 curses, one at the bottom and one at the top, you have to do the bottom one first so you can get the assault shield. Then you immediately go up to get the other curse, and then you do the rest of the biome afterward. If I knew that, then we'd be able to get rank 1, I'm sure. But, I mean, I'll take a rank 9 on technically our first try. We didn't even beat the boss. Look, Loot beat the boss. And we're, like, close-ish. We're close-ish on essentially our first try. And that's not a dig to anyone. I'm just saying that when you spend even like a little bit of time, you'll get in the top 5. You're pro. You got it, chat. You got it. Top 5 has your name on it. I promise you. We're gonna do some nuzzle. Everything else looks okay. What's nuzzle? We have a command for that. Exclamation point Nuzlocke. Which we do want to put on the screen. So give me a second. It's always fun to revisit Nuzlocke whenever we can. There's also me trying to remember what the rules are. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare your engines. We got Dead Cells Nuzlocke on the table. The rules of the Nuzlocke. We get whatever we want from right here. And then we don't get to pick up another item until the next biome. Assume we're on Victory Road or whatever it is the first route in Pokemon. You can only get the one. And then you cannot get another Pokemon until you beat the Elite Four. Pretty sure that's how the Nuzlocke works. You are weak, and you have one button until you get through this map, and then you beg the game to give you another button. Because it's random, you may actually get to the next biome. We cannot pick up a new amulet. You may not be able to get to the new biome and get an amulet. Or a weapon. The weapon is obviously the biggest issue here. I've had Nuzlocks where I was skill-less for a very, very long time. You are not allowed to buy anything from the shop unless you do not pick up an item. And it has to be a shop that has similarity to the first item that you passed. There's a lot of memorization. I didn't mean to pick them. And I can't drop it either. My muscle memory, I just automatically pressed R1 to pick it up. We're only allowed one item. Well, okay. We're only allowed the items from the actual pick here. We cannot pick up anything else in this biome. Wow, this is really bad. What was the other item? Dagger of Profit? Oh wait, this is actually not bad. Yeah, I don't reset very often because I don't have a lot of time. But when it's that early in the Nuzlocke, I think you reset. Shoot, for all we know, people reset because they got a bad item. That's not what I did. That was completely bad luck. I'm not saying that I don't like Crowbar, and I just decided to, you know, troll. If there's rats, you could just press the Y button. And you crit both enemies. And that's because the Y button has victims freeze nearby enemy. Let me try tactics. The only thing you can get from the chest is the same species upgrade, assuming it's not a trap. So if there was another ice crossbow in there, we could have taken it. This to me is like a fun way to think about Dead Cells because I can't just force a build. I have to play whatever the game says is good. It's also nice because you don't really have to worry about selling stuff. shop is worthless. We won't be getting any item until the next biome. V.30s are also worthless because you are not allowed to go into the door. Whatever item you get has to come from either a boss drop or, for example, like, I don't think these count either. Unless that was the first item you saw. If my choices were Dagger, Prophet, and Ice Bow, my hands might slip to that reset. No, look at the gameplay right now. This is the best Ice Crossbow gameplay you have ever seen, and perhaps the only Ice Crossbow gameplay you have seen. I'm just checking this for Challenge Rift. Never mind, it's actually Arboretum. Shout out to those who were able to see today's Dead Cells video, by the way. I was a little, like, not gonna lie, I was a little taken back from our Saturday video. Saturday's video was the Rogue Prince of Persia, our first demo, and it really didn't do well at all on YouTube. And I was like, wait, like, this is literally the Dead Cells devs' next game, so why would people not click into it? We're going to Toxic Sewers, I guess. So there was a couple of chatters who gave their feedback on, you know, why wasn't that all that great. And one of their bits of feedback was, hey, it looks like it's just a Prince of Persia game and not a Dead Cells devs made the Prince of Persia game. I was like, oh, okay. So the next video I posted for Rogue Prince of Persia, which came out yesterday, I made it like really feel like this is Rogue Prince of Persia from the Dead Cells devs and not just another Prince of Persia game. I'm gonna try Parting Gift. I don't think it's good, but this is a circumstance where you might actually use it. How did you see the map of the biomes? If you press start, well, if you're playing on controller, if you press the map button and then press square on PlayStation, X on Xbox, I don't know what the button is on Switch, it opens this up. I think that's out on mobile too, so if you're a mobile viewer, I believe you should have access to that. Just don't quote me on that. See how the Parting Gift Bomb killed a rat? Anti-synergy because it destroys the frozen status. Okay, that's food. I guess we'll pop it just so I know it's here. So funny enough, the Rogue Prince of Persia second video that we posted, YouTube likes to rank your different videos based on how many views they got compared to your last video. And it goes 10 back. So from a YouTube standpoint, they'll say that this video was a 10 out of 10, as in it's the worst performing video in your last 10. Or it's a 1 out of 10, where it was your best performing vid in the last 10. And I'm happy to report that even though the original Rogue Prince of Persia was like a 7 out of 10, which is like super unexpected for me, the second video of it, Rogue Prince of Persia, first amulet of the map, red-green. So we cannot get another amulet until the next map. The second attempt at Rogue Prince of Persia was actually a 1 out of 10. Best performing video in the past 10 videos. Incredible. Thank you all for taking a look at that. I do appreciate it. And then today we posted a Dead Cells video, which is not a run. Instead, it's everything wrong with Dead Cells, where I go through like the different thoughts I have as to what could be improved, or if you're making your own indie game, what to avoid. And that video is actually a 1 out of 10. And that's, like, I sincerely hope it is, because it took us a long time to make that one. And we got the artists involved and all of that stuff. It's a lot that went into it. Yo, Panda, good to see you. We're just talking through our last YouTube videos. And how much, like, I was kind of taken aback by Rogue Prince of Persia until I redid the video, basically. Posted a new one. And now that video is doing much, much better. Okay, first legendary. Nuzlocke rule is that legendaries are immune to the rule. So I can still get another item off this biome. Yeah, I guess Parting Gift is anti-synergy. I actually can't freeze. If I go up here and there's a weapon, I'm locked into that weapon unless I skip it. It's money. It's kind of funny. So yeah, I have had a lot of people ask me, like, will I be posting any more Dead Cells stuff? And today I posted Dead Cells stuff. And I have at least one more, like, non-run video that I want to make. That's really unlucky. I probably shouldn't pick it up, to be perfectly honest. So Nuzlocke rule, if you don't pick up the item in the biome, you get the opportunity to buy a similar status item. So it has to be a weapon. It cannot be a skill. And I still only have my turret. And the turret is anti-synergy. That's so funny. So my hope is that we have a weapon shop, and in there is an actual tactics item, because all the stuff in there is random. I only fear one thing, and we just killed it. Wow, what timing is... Universal Game Law states ice can only synergize with itself. We definitely wanted more ice synergies. The closest thing we have, there's an aspect of ice. But even that doesn't, like, really hit the mark. Unless you're playing an aspect run. I think you do bonus damage to frozen enemies and then they don't freeze. I mean, they don't break out of freeze automatically. I think that's what it does. It would be cool to have something similar to that as a mutation in Dead Cells, but we're not so lucky. Holy moly, that was close. Just a normal game. Average game of Dead Cells you're looking at. Skill shop. Does Toxic Sewers only have one shop? Parting Gift saved my life. Parting Gift did not even touch that. That's so weird. V, has there been any news to when this update's gonna be out on Switch? Technically, it's not even out on PC. It's still in beta. The only thing we got, Motion Twin did an FAQ. Maybe a month ago at this point. This might be worth looking at. Dead cells. It's not there. Where was that? Twitter, maybe? Oh my, Elon, my god, I can't stand this site when you're not logged in. It's like showing random stuff. Grab it myself. Yo, Nero, good to see you. Twitter.com. Motion Twin. Yeah, I can't show you all these tweets. That's so dumb. I'll say it. It's actually dumb. Okay, motiontwin.com/FAQ. Okay, so this was posted March 14th. It has been over a month since this was posted. Okay. When will Dead Cells 34 release on mobile? Sometime this year. When will Dead Cells Update 35 release? We don't know the date yet. We'll do all our best to make it as soon as we can. We don't know what that means. Maybe we should make a command for that. This is a Streamer 101. If people ask a question very often, don't do the research every time. Just make a command for it. Exclamation point update 35. We're hooking you all up. Just copy this whole thing right here, paste it. Source motiontwin.com/FAQ. All right, chat, gonna get exclamation point update 35, please. Make sure that works. Oh yeah, there we go. That was over a month ago that they posted that. That's crazy. Not crazy because like we expect it to be out, but crazy that time just flies. Been playing Double Dragon Gaiden and it's a blast. Check it out in your off time. That's roguelike elements. I did want to check it out. I think it was right around the time something else came out though, and it just didn't make the docket. Because I originally saw it and was like, yo, this is Marvel vs. Capcom. This is Marvel Infinite is actually what I said. It's Marvel Infinite in Double Dragon. It's like really cool. But it just never made it to a docket. There's a lot of games that fall under that boat. It has nothing to do with the quality of the game and everything to do with like, how do we even play stuff? I've also been trying to like maybe start steering away from playing every game on stream. I think there's a little bit of me that, not even of me, I think there may be a bit to the viewer that might be getting new game New game what? New game fatigue. You all are seeing me play brand new releases, world premieres, almost every single stream. Sometimes we don't even go back to it. I bet there's some people who are like, V, my head is spinning right now. I need to play a game that I recognize. And that is completely reasonable. Unlucky. I didn't do the challenge rift. Okay, there's 3 monsters up here. I was gonna say, what a terrible time to get cursed. So yeah, like, we're gonna have the next new game to be Hades 2. If there's another game that comes down the pipeline that absolutely, fundamentally needs to get played on this channel, think of something like Tales of Kenzera Zhao, then yeah, maybe we'll play it. But I cannot not commit to a game. I don't think I've committed to a game in a long time. Even Astral Ascent and Oblivion Override, like, we play those until we get to a point where we've done showcases of all the characters. We beat the boss on whatever the, like, story mode true ending is. I can tell you all, I am playing Astral Ascent offline. I'm working on all of my Kiran passives. I'm in the middle of a Kiran bow build right now, the bow staff. I'm doing that right now. Mimic? What are the Nuzlocke rules if there's a Mimic on the map? A confirmed Mimic. I have to skip it? Must fight? I'm trying to think. So obviously I have 2 buttons. So like, if it's this early, it's very dangerous to fight the Mimic. So to me, that's like balanced for the Nuzlocke. And there's no guarantee that you're even gonna see something that you want to mimic anyway. Like, obviously I have a Mimic Oily Owl here. That's awesome. So I'm gonna do that. But maybe we wouldn't do it all the time, and forcing it would be kind of entertaining if you have the money. And I guess we also don't have the money. Did I pick up an item from this biome? I passed the item, which was Ice Blast. But the rule that we put was you can only buy a similar type of weapon. So it would have had to have been a ranged weapon. So that would mean this shop is nullified, but it's a confirmed Mimic shop. So maybe that's different. Kiran passives are a pain to get. The one that you have to kill 5 enemies at the same time using just his signature spell, right? Just the counter. I don't have that yet. The only passive I got just now with the bow staff was, I think it's destroying rooms without taking damage. Look at the anti-synergy. Look at my inability to freeze the monster. And yet another weapon, well, skill, that will not allow me to freeze monsters. So in that regard, you know, maybe it's not bad taking the Mimic in the Nuzlocke. Maybe it's balanced. That cost me $3,000. I only have 4,000 left. Yeah, we don't have... I don't think I have any of the other Kiran passives except for his basic hand-to-hand. I know one of those is do stuff without taking damage. One of them is just Eclipse Roam, which is pretty easy. I just don't know what I want to do for YouTube for that. Because they're already working on their next update for Astral Ascent. Their next update is going to move the max heat from 54 up to 100. And I am nowhere near being able to do heat 100. I don't want to digivolve those anymore. Alright, Tranquility. This is here because of... I have no health pots. We're playing Nuzlocke. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I remember. So the Nuzlocke rules is that you cannot heal in a biome. Just like in Pokemon, like you can't use healing items, like hyper potions and stuff like that. So for the Dead Cells Nuzlocke, we decided no health pots and biomes. You can only heal in the transition area, but you have to remember, it's 4 heals, so we can only heal 4 times. Which is usually just at the end of the game. Because of this message, I will be purchasing Double Dragon Gaiden, thank you. Speed, before you do that, check Game Pass first. I think I remember it may have been on Game Pass, and maybe I can check too. Xbox. We gotta do some Game Pass streams at some point. I think I'm supposed to be able to give away some codes for a 1 month or like 14 days, something like that, trial of Game Pass. I think you have to be a first-time user. Okay, Double Dragon is not on Game Pass. So there you go. Never mind. Please be a weapon. Oh my god, we're freaking screwed. Maybe don't summon Owl? Just do a damage check to see if I can kill with Ice Crossbow. Feels weird, right? I think it's better, though. Herb? I fear one thing. Okay. Now, the nice part about this map is unless you get hit by RNG, you won't see an item until the end, where you get a choice of 4 different items. And hopefully by then, there'll be a new tactics weapon that isn't anti-synergy. This is, like, surprisingly effective, funny enough. I should really get Game Pass. I have it. The last thing I played on Game Pass was... Chat, what's the robot Ultra Kill game? I know Ultra Kill is a robot game. What's the robot Ultra Kill roguelike game? Someone knows. Someone has like 50 hours in that game on stream. RoboQuest. The last game I played on Game Pass was RoboQuest. I still have not shown my footage of what I did because I'm embarrassed by it. Sorry, 1 second. I'm in that camp of people that didn't like RoboQuest as much as Gunfire Reborn, despite the movement being better. So I think Gunfire Reborn is a good game, and that's not to say that RoboQuest is a bad game. But I think there's a good swath of people who Gunfire Reborn resonates with, and because Gunfire is actually good at the same time, why play anything adjacent to it? You already have, like, the hit right in front of you. But I guess, like, if you think about it, you could say the same thing of other roguelike games, too. Like, why play Dead Cells where you could just play Hades? It's definitely different experiences, but I'm sure there's plenty of people. No shot that's the first item on the map. Alright. If it's a weapon shop, we can buy a weapon. I am hopeful. You're all for variety? I did like RoboQuest. I just think I like Gunfire Reborn because it gives me a different experience that resonates with me more. Like, there's just something about making the perfect sniper setup where every time you crit, it does, like, extra stuff. Oh, God. And that might exist in RoboQuest, but I haven't put in enough hours to see it. So we're still stuck with this weapon. And I will not be able to swap off of it in this biome. So that means I can't press either L2 or R2. Just kinda nuts. Kinda mad. A wee bothered. Just discover your stream. Am I playing PC with an Xbox controller? I am. I didn't always play Xbox controller. It was PlayStation, but my PS4's USB dongle, like, insert is loose. So the USB doesn't really, like, stay in it the way it used to. It's a common issue when you get older. You all will deal with the same thing when you get older, trust me. I know you think you're invincible. Gonna happen. Is this first amulet? This is first amulet. We actually might be able to get something. Well, I don't think I can reduce my damage. Pretty sure. I got nothing from this biome. Literally nothing. Worse than nothing. Ramparts? I'm just choosing whatever has the bonus. Calling it a pseudo randomizer because there's no such thing as a randomizer in this game. Fog wall randomizer, that is. I think Gunfire is a roguelike first and FPS second. RoboQuest is FPS first, roguelike second. That's a good way to put it. But, like, I enjoy the idea of a Genji. Who else would play, like, Gunfire Reborn in Overwatch? Genji, maybe Hanzo. I enjoy playing single-player Genji and Hanzo with roguelike elements. I should not have bought that. I need the money. I'm gonna go get rich quick. Because there's a guaranteed weapon shop here. Well, if we don't get weapon first, then I can't do the weapon shop anyway. Maybe you Wish? Is Wish banned in the Nuzlocke? It shouldn't be, because the first item you get may not be a thing you wanted to wish. I just don't know if I can afford to press square and triangle for another 20 minutes. This is awful. Alright. I'm old, so I hear you. Dead Cells addict that plays on the Switch. Happy to have you here, Aura. For those who don't know, we posted a new Dead Cells video today on YouTube. Take a look if you haven't. It's not you're not gonna get quizzed or anything today, but maybe by Friday you need to be able to recite that thing back and forth. Today's vid was great. Appreciate hearing that. I have like one more. Oh, this sucks. First item of the map. Unlucky. It's a same species downgrade. That's like finding a Pichu when you're rocking Raichu. Well. I mean, it's not like we need Ice Crossbow for the boss. First amulet, double red. I'll at least be able to use my skills on the boss I fight. What about Battle Shapers and Deadlink? Battle Shapers is Overwatch Simulator. In a good way. Like, I actually really enjoy the game from what I tried in my first look. I would like to see how the dev has updated it, because I know they said they were going to do a lot of stuff based on our feedback. I know Andre, community member Andre, has been playing that. Deadlink, I did play as a first look. I think it's a cool idea, but I don't know how much replayability there is in Deadlink. I feel like in that game, once you play through it the one time, I can't imagine it being much different the next time. Compared to something like Dead Cells or Hades, where worst case scenario, you at least are doing like a different color. In a game like Deadlink, the best you have is like, I took a different gun, right? I have a shotgun instead of a pistol. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that's not to say that's a bad thing. At least in RoboQuest, like, you might build a shotgun different from run to run. In RoboQuest, your first shotgun might be the bullets only travel 1 inch, so you're basically a melee shotgun. The next build might be... I don't know enough about RoboQuest, unfortunately, but I just know for a fact that their different guns could turn into different builds. And then, of course, Gunfire takes that up to the 10. You can have a rocket launcher where it's infinite rocket launcher build, or you could have one shot, one kill rocket launcher. Or you might have both, where you have infinite rocket launchers and it only needs one shot to kill any enemy. Both exist in Gunfire. Sorry, chat. I know this part is a little weird because I'm only ever pressing my Ice Crossbow button. If I activate the owl, I can't freeze anymore. The owl is actually anti-synergy. Oh, someone's asking in chat, why am I not using my skills? V, is this a special challenge of some kind? No. I'm not using my skills because I will no longer be able to freeze enemies if I do. Like, I'll use it right here. Like, that, to me, is better. If I activate Owl, I can't freeze these. If I drop my turret there, that thing would not have been frozen. Parting Gift, still anti-synergy. But it's like not terrible, because I think it works with No Mercy. Same species upgrade. Yo, Taco, good to see you. Yeah, there's a lot of cool roguelikes. The snowboarding roguelike, which is honestly, now that I think about it, it's more like Sonic the Hedgehog roguelike. Overriders. That looked really cool when we played it. Hellskate, I think they're working on an update. That's a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater roguelike. And that one I am really excited about. I know Shadow of the Depth is out, and we did our first look of that. Haven't gone back yet, but it's a pretty cool game. But I found Astral from your vids. That's your new addiction currently. I would have done Astral Ascent on stream today. I might still do it. I'm not married to the idea of playing Raven's Watch today. If we even make it to third docket. I think we looked at a lot of trailers. So I might have utilized all of our available time. I guess I'm in the middle of a run in Raven's Watch. Not Raven's Watch, I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of a run in Astral Ascent, so maybe it'd be kind of weird to just hop on stream halfway through a run. But maybe, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big a deal. Descenders is fun. Is it like a Downwell situation? Where you're basically in a big hole. And you just go down. And you just go down as far as you can. Sort of like Shovel Knight Dig. Shovel Knight Dig is actually a really cool game. I just suck at it. I wish I was better. No map clear. I don't think I missed that many monsters. I do want to cleanse. Descenders is a BMX game. Okay, my bad. I think I remember someone was playing something like that. Maybe that was Alexa. I think Alexa was playing Descenders. That was back during the time of here's a bunch of games that are somehow roguelikes when they probably shouldn't be. No, not that it shouldn't be. More so like I made whatever game into a roguelike. Little Noah on sale right now. Didn't finish Little Noah. That's a game that, like, if someone paid money for me to log in right now, I would totally play it. That game does not get enough publicity, I think. It's not for everybody, obviously. A matter of fact, BlazBlue Entropy Effect, they're late. Technically, 2 updates ago, because they just did an update this morning. That game is updating every week. Just to, like, move the needle on player enjoyment. Which is not a bad thing, but a lot of people are asking for new characters when they're still trying to, like, hone in all of the best parts of BlazBlue. But they did an update just yesterday, I think, where they added a slider of voice lines. Because one of their #1 complaints about BlazBlue Entropy Effect was having to listen to Noelle scream her attack every single time she attacked. And people don't seem to like that for some reason. We will use our skills here, because we're gonna get diminishing returns. So they finally added a slider where you can have either all voice acting, limited voice, which I think just does like reactions. So if she gets hit, then she will yell in pain. They kept that, but then they removed all the lines of her calling out every attack like it's an anime. Or you can turn off the voice lines completely. That's new as of like 2 days ago. And that's good, because people were literally asking for that. The devs are listening. Wow. Owlette, what are you doing? She's attacking the wall. Wow, I crit. That was like a 1 in 1 million shot. Did you all see that? Valorant's after this. Ain't no way. I crit! Oh, that's because Owlette's missing. If Owlette's there, ain't no way. Ooh. Close one. SMH my head right now. I missed. Ooh, sniped. Now we're playing PUBG Mobile. Card 98 with the 8x scope. Sometimes I miss PUBG. I think on another planet, I could have been a Battle Royale player, Battle Royale streamer. I'd be playing, I guess Fortnite right now, but before Fortnite, I'd be playing Naraka Blade Point, Vampire the Masquerade, Rumbleverse, Spellbreak. Could be playing Tarkov. I played beta for a while. Is my data safe? Yeah, it should be safe. I have never lost data in Dead Cells. And if you're on PC, the game backs up your save daily? There's a save folder when you go to browse local files, and it has it by date of saves it's been making. Okay, so legendaries are the only room you can go into when it comes to Nuzlocke. That's not a rule that I just made up, that's official rule. I mean, it's not nothing. You know, I've never tried ammo with this. Do you need ammo? Nuzlocke rules is if you reset mutations, you cannot take the mutation again that you don't take. So like I could reset, take Tranquility, take Parting Gift, but if I don't take No Mercy, it's dead for good. I want Acrobatic Pack, I know that. Maybe we don't need Parting Gift. I also feel like I don't need No Mercy. So maybe it's something like this. I wish I could do something in-game. so you all could tell what I'm actually doing, because I'm making this stuff up, and for all you all know, I'm cheating in the Nuzlocke. Ammo does work. Yeah, because it doesn't replenish until you actually stop. That's really interesting. Bank. Is bank mandatory in the Nuzlocke? The issue with bank in the Nuzlocke is the whole point of going to bank is to buy stuff. I think you have to make the bank... Oh, what you could do is the mimic in the bank is always valid to take. However, it still follows the first item rule. I think that's the way to go. When I play Hades, I feel like I'm spamming space to dodge, but in Dead Cells, I feel better because we're methodical with it. Yeah, people like to call Hades Dodge Dodge Revolution. I don't think that's a incorrect statement. There is some methodical in there, even though it might just be subjective. Technically, I needed to do all these dodges. I'm playing Artemis Bow. No, I'm playing Zagreus Bow with Artemis Dash. I have to dash this much, is literally what the build is. See? Wait, is this legit? Oh, what happens if the monster's too close to you? The monster backs up! How courteous! We gotta find the curse. It might be to the right. It is. Give me a ranged weapon. One-hander. That is a ranged one-hand weapon. It cannot go in my backpack because I already have an empty slot. That is not what I expected. You could say V. Let me open your mind real quick. Okay, I can't. Save that for later. Don't let me forget to open your mind. My Hades gameplay is to blow up the whole screen repeatedly. That's an Eris rail user. Now, to be fair, blowing up screens, that is a normal thing in a roguelike game. You could say I'm blowing up the screen right now with these axes, it just, sometimes they miss. So we do share more in common with Hades than you think. Now, I was talking earlier about committing to games. Also, the lack thereof of committing to games on this stream. I think we have to commit to Hades 2. If I don't commit to Hades 2, you all need to kick me in the back of the head or something. Give me a nice little Reyna forward 4. I make that up. I don't know her attacks. Give me an 83 to make me commit to playing some Hades. I have 360 hours in Hades 1. You're telling me I can't get another 300 hours in Hades 2? What am I even doing? Oh my god, you're so fast. We all need to go all in on Hades 2. Same like we did with Balatro. No, you're right, you're right. If you all are in, I'm in. What qualifies as commitment? The game shows up more than one time in a week on stream. Yeah, it's not based on how many hours we have, it's based on how many days we go before we skip it. F4 is the Reyna button? I don't remember if I played Reyna or not. But you know who was fun? Jun. Jun was a lot of fun. Weapon shop, mimic check. We have not gotten first weapon yet. Am I allowed to do the shop if I haven't seen what the first item is? I don't think I'm allowed to. Then again, in the bank, I don't think there's random weapons that show up. There's a choice altar. Everything else is curse chests, like all colorless. You have 800 hours in Hades? Oh my god. Gamer. I only have the 300 and it's all on Epic Game Store. That's how you know I'm an OG. Triple OG. We haven't replaced our amulet yet. Did we get first amulet yet? No. So we might be able to get an amulet here. I didn't get the key. I'm actually trolling. Played since early access? I played since early access. There may be a scenario where most of my hours were in early access and then I skipped around in 1.0. And then I didn't play after that because I moved on to another game. Or I guess technically we were still maining Dead Cells at the time. So I can't play Hades when Dead Cells was doing content updates once a month. That was extremely difficult for us to like play anything else. But now that Dead Cells is no longer doing updates, we're fine. We can commit to other stuff. You didn't know. You didn't know. Are we at 3,000 hours in this game yet? No, I'm only at, I think, 2.7. Path of Exile's catching up, buddy. Path of Exile's at 1.4 hours, which is a terrible thing to admit on a public forum. I don't even want to know that I have over 1,000 hours in Path of Exile. That's awful. And I feel like I still do no damage and can't survive. I just realized I can be pressing my Y button. Like, I don't have to just press square. I have a whole nother button now. Look at that. You didn't know. You didn't know. First amulet of the map has also reduced my tactics, yet again. I guess I'll take it for the HP. You're the one that got me into Dead Cells. Your YouTube vids made you pick it up. Proud to say I have 100% achievements thanks to your build ideas. I don't even have 100% achievements. So, good job. I do like to think that the content creators have something to do with like some of these roguelikes being, not that it's like not successful without the content creator, but like take Lethal Company or something like that. Like if you were to just play Lethal Company as like a not meme game, it probably isn't as fun. So I think from us doing roguelike content creation, Hades, Dead Cells, all of that kind of stuff, like it's probably cool, like out of the box, but once you get to that next level, it's even better. The next level being you watched a YouTuber, saw their tier list, hopped on Reddit, and then complained about it. You're in deep. I might actually be able to do whatever shop I want. All I want is like a shield so I can do acrobatic pack. Hokuto bow would not be half bad. TBH. Wow, it's raining amulets that I can't pick up because we already have our first amulet. We gotta commit to one game. I went through my game list on a stream the other day, and we have so many games that have only 2 hours of play, and I can guarantee you that those were a first look, and then we never played it again. We gotta not do that on everything. You gotta commit. Watch this be a food shop mimic and I actually can't buy a weapon. That would be the absolute worst case scenario here. So the choice altar was both a skill shop and a weapon shop. I mean, well, yeah, that's technically what it is. We are going to mimic check something. Imagine mimic checking a door. Heavy turret over legendary double crossbow. Not a mimic. We could maybe say the bank rule is like you can only buy from the mimic shop and not the other shops. Because then that would make I feel bank too powerful for the Nuzlocke. You gotta have rules, people. You have to have order. Mimic? It's a food shop mimic. I'm not allowed to buy a weapon. On what planet does that happen? How? Literally how? We failed a 1 in 3? Well, punishment, I guess. I need to start Oblivion Override, but I don't feel like it. It's a good problem to have. I almost wonder if I'd rather Armadillo here. Yeah, I think there's a such thing as new game fatigue. V, I've seen every roguelike from you under the sun. I would like you to play one of these games for 20 hours. Yes, Hades 2, that's the one. Though I do have a lot of hours in Blaze Blue and Astral Ascent, and Override. I gotta check the times. Hang on. Cannot sell. Okay. So my current hours and all the roguelikes that came out recently. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Astral Ascent 83, Blaze Blue 79, where is Oblivion Override? It can't be that far down. Spiritfall 23, Oblivion Override 43. So, if you all can understand that we play a lot of games and we don't commit to many of them, I would call those committed hours. 100%. Rogue Legacy 2, I have 88 hours. Skull the Hero Slayer, 171 hours in Skull the Hero Slayer. If that ain't commitment, I don't know what is. We're killing the commitment game right now. I'm the most committed roguelike streamer, except for all those days where I play one game for 2 hours and then never play it again. Let's do Celeste. Celeste is free. Whoa, lag. We are not in sync with the level. Ooh. Almost. Don't do that. Whatever I just did, don't do that. It's highly unnecessary gameplay. Just play normal. All right. Can't sell it. At least the nice thing about the Nuzlocke, the runs are relatively quick because you don't have to think about anything. Chances are, whatever the item is, you can't take it anyway. I usually have to force commit to one game for a whole week to minimize choice fatigue between too many different games. I was in another streamer's chat today, and they were watching trailers just like we were earlier, and then talking about games like Nordic Ashes and some of the other stuff that came out recently. And then they're like, I don't know what we're gonna play, so I'm just gonna hop on Counter-Strike or something. And then someone in chat said, this guy is gonna say there's no games to play. You can't do this. The chatter was like, give him 10 minutes, he's gonna complain about there's nothing to play. And that's not true, it's the opposite. There's too many games to play. I can't commit to just one. So I end up going back to Counter-Strike. Oh, we're looking at the wrong thing. Free choice. I think I'm gonna go Clock Tower. Cavern doesn't seem too unreasonable. Item generation. There's regular chests in the caverns. So I'm gonna get locked into something no matter what. 45 hours and Death Must Die. Checking out the new... Are they gods? The new Earth God? There are still a lot of people really excited about Death Must Die, so that's really awesome to hear that you all are enjoying the games we're looking at. That one, I don't know if I can commit to, at least online. I think I might do better if I play it offline. Just to, like, get better builds going, and then revisit. Ow! This is not the right place to go. I think I need to press this button. More than I need to actually do parries. And then we can still get a different acrobatic pack later. First item of the map is a skill. So unless there's a curse, I'm still locked into my buttons. Which, I mean, the owl's not bad. I don't know how I feel about the double crossbow. It's like just a little unwieldy. I guess technically we could get a skill here, because we're not picking up the skill that dropped. Grinding the new update. It's fun that there's like enough stuff in that game. The game being Death Must Die, by the way. If you think about it, it technically released with one biome and then a couple of characters that like don't really do too much different from one another. Like they do if you're playing Maris, which is the caster, but everyone who's a melee character is like pretty much the same. Cheese me? Camber Bear. Or Camber Bear. I don't want to aggro another bird.
Legendary!
And then you backpack the axes? Oh, is this first amulet? I think it is. It is. So we get an amulet replacement and a new legendary that might be better than what we were using before. Okay. I know a lot of people don't like the new skill limit system, but I think it's a good change. You mean being locked into just like a specific number of pickups in Death Must Die? They changed it where instead of getting just everything, you are locked in to a specific quantity. If so, I agree, it's probably better long term. It makes for a better game that's not just a survivors. Technically, survivors also had the lock system. It's like you pick up your 6, and then the only others you can pick up are randomly spawned on the map. Yeah, things like the summons, I guess, got the worst of it. There are some characters that can get multiple, though, so again, I think it's better because now you have a way to differentiate different characters. There's one that specifically can get more summons, can specifically get more strikes, and that didn't exist without them changing the system. So good job to the dev for that. How in the world did that bird not die? Don't I do a crap ton of damage? I had 50% extra crit damage, and that bird lived. That lived. Chat, how is stuff living? How does anything live in this economy? Moving on. Sure do love not being able to pick up an item. They'll add a new map. Yeah, I think the game has a future. I just don't know how much of it fits into our docket, but I am keeping an eye on it for sure. It being Death Must Die, by the way. But for now, we are in Hades 2 waiting room. My goal is like kinda no new games, unless it's something that like is necessary to play, until Hades 2. I highly doubt Prince of Persia comes out before Hades 2. Prince of Persia is the 14th, I think, of May, which is very close. And that will commit to. We'll just 100% the early access for that. And I assume Hades 2 will be out before that game. Chat, I promise the axes are doing something. As they miss a target I can't even move. I promise this is the build. This is the one. Ain't no way is this not the one. Whoa! Speedrun. At least our bird's doing pretty well. Ooh. Come on. You gotta admit, that was a good shot. Y'all don't get to see me play stuff like Valorant. The best you got is me playing Dead Cells and landing these kind of shots. Early access was good for Blaze Blue. All the majority of games that 100% on early was just experience. Just to make sure I understand what you're trying to say. Early access in Blaze Blue was a completely different game. It's like when 1.0 hit for Blaze Blue, they changed almost every system. Almost to the point I was worried. Like, this is a little peek behind the curtain. So we did a hashtag ad for Blaze Blue 1.0 release. And I did for their early access too. So I had both videos that anyone could see. And when I got to experience 1.0 for the first time, I was like, wait, this is a completely different game than early access. I was worried that like my early access viewers were not going to take to that change very well. So I just played for more hours until I got used to it. And then I could speak to how the new version has better ideas than the early access version. So it worked out in the end. But I was still worried about the initial reception of all of these changes. Change the potential setup, change the graphical setup for a lot of the potentials. Changed out the tactic system to again like lock you into certain stuff. The quest line was completely different. We can't take it. We already have First Amulet. First item of the map was a spear. So I can actually buy something. I do feel as though Boomerang's probably better. Is there a scenario where we ditch Nerves of Steel and go back to Throwing Axe? Nerves of Steel, 60,000 DPS. Throwing Axe is only 35? Throwing Axe seemed stronger. That's so strange. We needed burning somehow. But we can only buy one thing. You can't just buy out a shop. I would say that's definitely against Nuzlocke rules. Alright. No way to really tell if there's a mimic or not. I'm going to assume you can only do one mimic per biome. Well, not per biome, per run. I don't think I've seen a run that had more than one mimic in it. Yeah, 500,000 AP and nothing to spin it on when it released. Yeah, there was a time where they didn't even want to give the credits that people had gotten. That was eventually added later. Can't take that, unfortunately. Those lock rules were locked out. Anything except for that one shop. Alright, cheese me. And then we're gonna fight. Honestly, I'd like to fight Scarecrow, as weird as that is. I know Giant is much easier to kill in this setup. I would just like to see how this competes against Scarecrow. I think we even get less scrolls. Less scroll fragments. I feel like objectively, there's no reason to go to Scarecrow if you had the chance to go to Giant instead. Except for unlocks. And I guess pathing. Well, no, pathing doesn't matter either, because they made it so that after this biome, you can go wherever you want. There's no more lock. Okay, so Tranquility has been alive since the beginning of the run. Ammo is now dead. Acrobatic Pack stays in. No Mercy is dead. Support is alive. So we'll do this. No more lock, only the Nuzlocke. Imagine if, like, we could have UI modding. Like, if I could literally have on the screen somehow, he cannot pick up this item. He cannot use this shop. So I guess that doesn't exist in Elden Ring or anything like that. Good crits. Good damage. Late keep away. It's mad. It's big mad. 60,000 damage to the neck. Put it 6 feet. New legendary on the horizon. Unusable items. Even if you were to say, okay, the advantage of Scarecrow over the Giant is that the Scarecrow is more meltable than Giant is, because there's no, like, invincibility phases and whatnot. I think if you can melt the Giant, well, no, I think if you can melt Scarecrow, you could probably melt the Giant the same way. The only thing you can't do against the Giant is use Wolf Trap. That's the only advantage you have coming to Scarecrow. And even then, Scarecrow versus Wolf Trap, it doesn't keep it locked down for very long. And Boy Axe doesn't work at all. It, like, stutter steps, I think. Same with Timekeeper. They both stutter step through Boy Axe. Legendary. Part of me wants to get rid of the double crossbow. I wish I had fire somehow. That would be fantastic. Alright. We're not allowed to reroll either. The reroll NPC we can only use to digivolve stuff. But all of our stuff is max level. And we're not going to level up Punishment. We have not need to heal at all. Very nice. I would like to fight the Queen. I think this setup's gonna do just fine. Kinda wish support worked for both traps. For both traps. What do you mean both traps? As in, like, if you had 2 traps out, you got double the bonus? Sort of an incentive to go double trap? Okay, yeah, I could see that. If they don't want to do that route, then just a new mutation that did something if you have 2 traps out. Maybe, like, they're tethered together with lightning that bounces in between. It could be that when one trap shoots, the other one shoots. Imagine you had double crossbow-matic that shot that fast, and then cannons that shoot that fast too. That's where you get into busted build territory that doesn't actually exist in Dead Cells. That's more of a warm snow kind of thing. Not even Hades. I don't even think Hades could be that broken. But it's just, there's a lot of cool ideas that you could do. Yeah, with existing stuff like double Tesla coils. Even the door is supposed to not be able to be destroyed if it's legendary. So imagine, like, if 2 traps did electrocution between each other, you had the door that cannot be destroyed. And then you get giga damage from the electricity. Yeah, you're thinking. The really good ooh, lag. Really good ideas. Also, exclamation point latest if you haven't seen today's YouTube video for Dead Cells. It goes through exactly that. Why don't we have double support on 2 stuff? 2 traps. That's an exact talking point. First amulet? It is. I'll take it. Ooh. A little bit of HP loss, but that's fine. We want to melt. Ooh. Aimer. We need to melt the servants so that they don't play the game, or else we might die. I have 7,000 HP. I'm pretty sure if a servant sneezed on me, I die. Somehow I didn't open that scroll fast enough. What am I doing? We're doing a Nuzlocke run of Dead Cells. We have a bunch of rules that we made up. You can see them under exclamation point Nuzlocke as our command. We're basically at the last boss, so assuming I don't die here. Could die at a murder bridge or something. I am happy that the Dead Cells video is doing well. I don't want to reveal what my next video idea is for something like not a run. I'm at the stage where, like, I want to do a little bit more experimentation of what videos are. Like, it doesn't have to be I'm playing Fortnite or something on YouTube. It's just like the kind of stuff that we put out, I just want to experiment a little bit. Even the Dead Cells top 3 we did, the survival one was an experiment that actually worked very well. We want to do more of that kind of stuff. You know what you should do? Speedrun Dead Cells. We've tried a couple speedruns before. I respect all the speedrunners who are out there. Like, speedrunning any game, let alone Dead Cells, is a very cool thing. Massive props to those folks. My issue with Dead Cells speedrunning is I like Dead Cells combat, and skipping monsters is like what you have to do that in Dead Cells. Hades speedrun I appreciate because you have to clear combat rooms as efficiently as possible. No way. And unfortunately, like, that doesn't exist in the Dead Cells speedrun. The best you have is like bosses. You need to be able to fight bosses well. "100% achievement speedrun." So there's some people who do Binding of Isaac Dead God speedruns. Like, all achievements speedrun in Binding of Isaac is nuts. Like, without a doubt. Difference is, like, you don't speedrun Isaac the way you speedrun Dead Cells. You do have to actually fight every room. Unless you have, like, a bomb set up, you can bomb your way through doors. I love the combat. I don't love speedrunning through combat. It's just, it's not for me, I think. So in a 100% achievement speedrun, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd have an Excel spreadsheet. Here's every area I need to speedrun through. I'll skip every monster. And then get all of the achievements as efficiently as possible. If it's an all blueprints speedrun, that's a little different, because then you're talking about like no hits on bosses and stuff like that. The only issue of all blueprint speedrun is I think the way how Dead Cells works is that you can only ever get one weapon blueprint per map and one skin blueprint. I'd have to like double check that, but essentially that means at best you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At best you can get like 19 blueprints per run. Assuming that there's a skin and a weapon. And that's too many runs for me. I think the viewer would get bored of that really quickly. Same thing with like Rusty Dagger runs and stuff like that. It's all really cool stuff. I mean, people do Soul Level 1 in Dark Souls and Elden Ring. But then you're using all of the enhancements for your character. You might be popping buffs, you might be using the jerky to increase your attack levels. You might have a plus 25 weapon. So while it's a Soul Level 1 run, you're still max power level. If you're doing a no upgrading run of Elden Ring or like Dark Souls or something, I feel like what's not terrible about that is it's not a roguelike game. So if you die against Mergot doing RL1 no upgrades in Elden Ring, you just go back to your campfire and do it again. Compared to Dead Cells, where it's like, I died to Hand of the King with only a Rusty Dagger, we lost the whole thing. I have to do another 5-hour run to get there. Or speed run my way through and skip every monster. I know it sounds like I'm complaining. It's more so a flaw. It's a flaw in the plan. And I don't want to do the plan if it's gonna have flaws like that. First time in one of your actual streams, so glad I was able to finally catch one. Yo, Slider, welcome, welcome. You're on the tail end of our Nuzlocke attempt. Assuming Assuming I don't die in this biome. We only have a little bit left, to be perfectly honest. Wow, what a map reveal. I have an entire city to go through. I don't know if that was first item or not. First item of the map was what? There's a chest open. So what was in the chest? Wait, what? What was in this chest? It was a trap chest. So we've actually not seen first item. First item was actually a giant whistle. So I could buy from the skill shop. You could maybe go like double bombard. That'd be kind of interesting. I kind of want to leave. There's one scroll fragment. I think servants give you 3? I think servants give you 2. Which means that scroll fragment's worthless. Weapon shop. Unfortunate. I have to go through that whole city. No health pots, half HP. Not bad, not bad. Something light. Focus, we gotta dial in. In what area in Dead Cells would you like to live? Where would I like to live in Dead Cells? Is it the bank? The bank looks cold. You all know what I'm talking about, right? When like a building just looks cold. Murder bridge. Wow, that is not the target I wanted. No pierce? Oh my god, my Nerves of Steel doesn't pierce. I am just now noticing that. You would die to malaise? IRL? Would malaise keep you warm? Like, if you have a fever, maybe the bank ain't so bad. No, 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 no. Look at that damage. We're dead. Double turret. Sinew Slicer. I think you keep the owl. Yeah. Though, ooh! We need this! That's our bombard, though! Crap. So the reason why we can use this shop is our first item was a skill, which means we can buy a similar item, which happens to also be a skill. Flamethrower does turn our oily owl on. Bombard's nice because Bombard does actually stop the servants from attacking. I think you have to keep the owl. And we'll double digivolve this. Sorry, 1 second, everybody. Do you have any tips for fighting servants? It's the only boss I don't have a no-hit on. You get stressed every time. Well, my hope is that what we do right now is gonna be, like, the one. The no-hit. That gives you all the tips you need. There's a chance it won't be. There's a chance I die. But my hope is that this setup, which is basically just the skills, it's just the owl and the flamethrower. My hope is that those are enough to get the no-hit in this fight. This fight, to me, is very skill-dependent. When I say skill, I don't mean mechanics. I mean items. But not your weapons. More so your L2 and your R2 button. Because ideally, you have an L2 and R2 that will kill the serpents on the way up. And then you can focus on just doing your platform. Ooh, Toxic Cloud? We take those? I'm not going to take No Mercy. Famous last... No, I can't take No Mercy. I'm not gonna take Disengage. Famous last words. The rules in the Nuzlocke, as you can see, I don't have any health pots. Instead, because this is supposed to be our Poke Center, in normal Pokemon Nuzlocks, you can't use healing pots or HP ups or super potions and stuff like that. You can only use the Poke Center. So this, to us, is our Poke Center. We only get 4 uses out of that. And that is my first use. I have one more use after this, and that's going into the Queen. So yeah, first tip for the servants. If you're rocking a turret, what you should always do, open the door, toss the turret in, then you go in. You're guaranteed to have the turret attack. I would not attack here. I used to all the time. But it's just really inconsistent. So the owl is trying its absolute best. Oh, also don't use the vine runes if you're going for the no-hit. Like, worst case scenario, you have to, but I would avoid doing that if possible. I actually killed her on the way up, and I did not press my square button at all. That, to me, is like how you actually get the no-hit here. You can also wait out your turret. Look for a good spot to use it. Maybe right here. Hello, Uterp. Uterp, like Fairly Odd Parents? Or maybe, oh my god, I actually got out of that. Maybe Pokemon? I circle buttoned as... Oh my god, you all don't know how hard I pressed the circle button just then. That ain't right. Rip no hit. Yeah, so if I had gotten the kill on one of them, then I would never have gotten hit. I think the best skills for doing the climb is Knife Dance and Giant Whistle. Also keep in mind, I think the servants have a boss cap, like damage cap, of 30%, not 15, like all the other bosses. I believe you can do 30% of their HP. So any weapons, like square or triangle buttons, that are like very strong, that chunk, do very well in this fight, but you still need a skill that kill them on the climb up. Like, I could shoot. There's nothing preventing me from shooting, except for the fact that I want the skills to do all the work. It's like right here. See how much damage I did to her? She might have died. Cheese me. Second tip, again, if you have a door here, you can toss your turret in. It will always be Cleo first. So if you have a shield, you can try to parry it. But remember, she will strike right afterward. That's weird. You can parry these. It's not the hardest parry in the world. No health pots. I got telefragged. Okay, so wall, very dangerous. Is this 35 BC? This is, I don't know what ranking for BC you would put this. I wouldn't call it 6 BC. Oh, it is 3 fragments. I didn't know that. I wouldn't call it 6 BC because we don't have the monster HP turned up or the damage turned up. It's like 5.5 BC because it's like, it's 5 BC except worse. If that makes any sense. No rerolls. Yeah, so I know I missed the no-hit there. I think we only got hit 2 times, right? We got hit on the climb up because I kind of failed to kill them on the climb up, but then like I missed a dodge roll that I say I didn't really miss. And then I got telefragged on the door. This is only our 2nd heal of the whole game. Very, very good. If I had health pots, I would have actually just used it. Yeah, so bleeding causes poisoning knife dance is probably the best skill against the servants. If you can find bleeding causes poisoning before the servants, I say go servants. I mean, Hand of the King is susceptible to that too, but they are especially susceptible. My pet! That's mine! Queen, nothing compared to servants. I mean, that's build specific though. I just happen to have some really good queen killing stuff. Also, a legendary Nerves of Steel is pretty good too. Do you ever make a guide on blueprints in each biome? Blueprints in each biome. You mean which biomes have which blueprints? Do people need that? I feel like in the world of... Where's my phone? Chat, where's my phone? Okay, so the bit was, I would hold up my phone, and I would say, in a world where you could just go to your phone, do a couple of these, get the wiki, and then you see every blueprint that you need, why would you need a YouTube video for blueprints? That's my initial thought. If there's something wrong about that thought, I've been wrong before about what viewers want to see on YouTube and what they don't need, then I am willing to admit that I could be wrong there. If it's like blueprint priority, maybe? Like, here's the first blueprints that you should get. I think that's tier list territory. Like, you may as well just do a tier list. And then, if they want to unlock the stuff in that order, then they can just do that. I don't know what else would make up a guide for blueprints. Some of the harder to get blueprints, like there's a couple of puzzle blueprints. We have one for Fatal Falls, which is like the doors, like doors with little symbols over their roof. We have a video for that. And then for most of the updates, the DLCs. For the DLCs that have new weapons, I have weapon showcases, and each weapon showcase has a blueprint guide, if you want to call it that. Makes it hard to visualize where hidden blueprints are. Yeah, so that I know I don't have. Where it's like, now I can kind of see what they're talking about. Because if you think about like an Elden Ring guide, in the Elden Ring guide, like you go into Khaled, and it's like, here's everything in Khaled, including little like ashes and power-ups that are just hidden in the area. You could do the same thing in Dead Cells, where it's like, here's Forgotten Sepulchre. In Sepulchre, there's like every little thing that's in there, including the Explorer Room. And like, here's some blueprints. Here's a blueprint that's up at the top of the map. Caverns, for example, Cavern has that section afterward where you get War Javelin, I believe. So it's not just a video on here's how to unlock every blueprint. It's like, you think about the map itself, and then as a new player, did you know that before the boss is this section where you could get some unlocks? Yo, Halion, good to see you. Halion, today's the last day. What are the odds? Please tell me you did a poll or a prediction or something. Please tell me what the odds were for early access this week. You had to. If you didn't do one, I'll do one right now. I'll do one right now. I don't need to know if you did one or not. All right. So, we're talking about Hades 2. Hades 2 just finished their like testing period today. So they said that early access will release soon after. We don't know what soon after means. To be perfectly honest, the technical test was kind of almost a shadow drop in and of itself. So just the idea that they could also shadow drop the early access is not unreasonable. When will Hades 2 EA release? This week for sure. Next week for sure. So next week is May. After May, June. At least. 2 minutes on your clock. Cast your votes, people. Like the first game? Was the first game a shadow drop like that? Or are you saying that because they didn't do a technical test. Yeah, probably just unannounced, they just go live. And if you're a content creator, whatever you had on the docket that day, immediately dead. Oh, Hades 1 drops for unannounced? That's wild. I mean, I guess you can do that now, after the success of Hades 1, but going back and thinking about it, because like everything for indie devs are all about marketing. Like you gotta market your game. It's not all about having a good game. You gotta have Twitter, you gotta have YouTube, you gotta have TikTok. That's how you have a good game. So the idea of, oh, it's just out. Sign up, it's gonna be ready in like 2 days. Like that is unheard of. But it would be hilarious if we get like Hades 2 this week. Shadow drop during Game Awards or something? Game Awards before Hades won Game Awards. That was Dead Cells that won Action Game of the Year. Was Hades 1 early access going while Dead Cells 1.0 came? I don't know. I'm not very good on my timing. The OGs, remember? Yeah, I played... My Hades is only on Epic Game Store, but I don't remember the specifics of picking it up. My memory is not too good. I know Buster's birthday only because Airless tells me it. Supergiants had a repertoire of games. While that's true, I wonder how many people know that. All they know is Hades, and that's it. All right, we got some people saying this week for sure. Not bad, not bad. Hey, like I said, if it drops, whatever we're doing, we gotta stop. We gotta commit. This stream is all about commitment. I know we only have 2 hours and basically a bunch of games, except for Astral, Oblivion, and BlazBlue, and Spiritfall. We gotta commit. Transistor, the best game. Who made Moonlighter? I kind of want to try out Moonlighter as someone who's never played it. I feel like it probably aged very well. Transistor good, yep. Is Transistor more like Fury? For those who don't know what we're doing, by the way, especially like Halian folks, welcome. Happy to have you here. Halian, know you're probably gotta get a bite to eat. Thanks for bringing your community over. Do appreciate. I don't know why I can't spell your name all of a sudden. Do appreciate it. If you're not following Halian, be sure to do so. For those who don't know who I am, I'm VeeDotVod. We play a lot of roguelikes as well. Emphasis on the action stuff. Big emphasis on Dead Cells, except that has ceased updating, just like Hades did. So now we gotta commit to other stuff very soon. We just came out of a Dead Cells run, which was a Nuzlocke. It's like a self-imposed challenge that we made up. There's nothing in any Dead Cells modding communities at all, so we have to make up the stuff on the fly. In the meantime, chat, we might actually be done. There's like one Raven's Watch I could maybe try. We also thought, oh, you know what? I'm in the middle of a run in Astral Ascent with Kiran. I don't know how far I am. I'm just gonna finish that run, and then we'll call it. That sounds like Hades' waiting room to me. For those who haven't seen Astral Ascent in a while, they did a massive content update. It's more so they added a bunch of weapons to each character and then passives, but you gotta unlock them all. So right now we're in the business of unlocking Kiran stuff. You need to get the vinyl at some point. Do you all actually listen to the music on your vinyls, or do you just collect them? And that's not to say that you have to listen to them. That to me is like a Gundam model. You don't play with the Gundam models, you build them and then you put them over there. That's it. Is that what you're supposed to do with vinyls? It's like you're not buying a waifu figure to play with it. Pretty sure it goes on the wall and collects dust with all the other ones. You listen to them? No shot. Holding up Astral Ascent? Mix? Wait, you're DJing with video game music? You're like one of those chiptune DJ people. Someone, oh my god, I think even the dev for Dead Cells, Valmont, I think Valmont does that too. Where they like do the chiptune with a SNES controller instead of an actual mixing table. I mean, they probably have the mixing table too, but if you know, you know, says Gooseman. Oh my god. Awful. Ban-worthy in some communities. I forgot to close Dead Cells. What's the point? If you can't use it, you put it on the wall. That's what I thought everyone did with their vinyls. They just go on the wall. Alt F4, I guess. You do DJ music. It's nice to have samples around for little breaks. I thought everyone just pulled out their iPhone and the little speaker. I didn't know you all were actually spinning records. That's kind of next level. That Nuzlocke is like burned in. Oh, there it is. Not video game music. No, you could be. There's a guy on TikTok who mixes like Final Fantasy music with Lizzo. That's a real thing.
Wow.
You can have both.
Card.
Oh, apparently I'm in the third biome. You can add them to a D&D campaign. Ooh, custom music for D&D. Who's gonna listen to my Mind Flare track? Wow, double missile, double vulnerability. Cooldown reduction is actually really good. Oh, it's range and damage. Alright. Collective that does free
spell,
parties. Right? Free? Oh, so Kiran has a new weapon, which is this thing. He also has new swords, which look like this. Very flashy. They also step you forward. Difference is the passive on this thing pulls enemies in. So that little slam at the end, it's gravitational. So you could maybe pair that with close range abilities. Like Guile's flash kick.
Now became more powerful.
If you were playing long range Kiran, maybe you would do something else instead, but
Better.
I don't have all the passives unlocked. Right now I'm working on countering Zodiacs, and I still need one Eclipse Roam. Not a very easy game to look at Twitch chat, I guess. Queen music just hits different on vinyl versus Spotify. To be fair, I've never had Spotify downloaded, so perhaps I do need vinyls.
Here I
I'm like halfway there anyway. What? The one time I thought about downloading Spotify, Hideo Kojima has a podcast, and he was gonna be talking to Jordan Peele on the podcast. Come to find out, like, eventually they're working on their next game, Kojima's next game, with Jordan Peele. But before then, I was like, yo, I want to hear these two talk, and I didn't download it at all. I probably went back to playing Fortnite or something.
Cool gambit.
We can take this. We're starting to build out fire a little bit. And fire shield is not
What's
terrible. Next? Just finished Destiny
The
level
new
11
world.
earlier. What Destiny level am I on? Does anyone know? Isla Claws. The claws are fun.
Help
Oh my
is
God.
on the way.
How do you not take infinite damage in this game? How do you dodge?
Look at those muscles.
Game's probably loud, right? I remember I turned the sound up because it's usually super quiet. 15. I'm on Destiny level 15.
Maybe this time
Getting a little
like my
gutsy.
outfits.
I'm washed up. As you see, I have the showcase your item over your head locked in. The very good change that they made. Everything I have is single hit. Top right. Oh, yeah. I think I remember we were speaking to the devs and we were saying that when I'm streaming the game, my viewers have no idea what my Destiny level is. And that's very important. Oh, see the pull-in? But I think when you take damage, you lose it. Yeah. And because I don't know how to avoid damage, I'm just constantly losing it. That's a slam? It's a cool passive, though. You just have to keep the safety part in mind. We need the echo, right? If I were to swerve anything, it would be swerving for fire, because ignition's part of our crit setup. Well, not really. It's more so ignition does more damage and can happen when I crit, and I crit a lot. Infinite mana, healing shards, buff. Do 20% of the boss's max HP as damage. We love max HP true damage in any video game.
I know you are here. You are the most human of us all.
Aren't I the last human?
Human? Sure. And?
I have a perfectly normal request for your perfectly human ears. Can the mind of a fabricated being surpass the mind who fabricated it?
Huh?
This quandary led me to this test I have for you today, if you accept.
That rocket science?
This is not the answer I would have given, and I would have been wrong.
She's gonna give me an IQ check? What's the highest? The highest right now is 54, but they have a beta to turn it up to 100.
Your shell isn't very strong, yet you are quick and able to mimic and learn from others. Copy my moves and my actions in a limited time
This one
frame.
is...
Show me how good you are
It's
at
DDR, I
adapting and
think.
reacting.
You just have to do the inputs. And I think if you're wrong, it fully resets. Unlosable? I'm old, but I'm not that old, chat. We still got it.
Very good.
I'm playing Fortnite Festival.
I heard of your strength.
Okay, I'm not gonna
And
lie to
now,
myself.
you
But I
must
do have a
show.
lot of hours and a lot of money spent in Fortnite Festival. Imagine 100 BC. We're on 21 BC. That's close, right? Same thing. Kind of low on keys. So the BC system in this game is more of a heat system. It's pick the difficulty you want. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. When the player gets to dictate their own difficulty, then they're kind of in control of what's like an issue and what's not an issue. But it also has the same effect where players are playing the game differently from one another, which can be a balance nightmare in and of itself. It's like, okay, what's the best things to put into your heat? You go to YouTube, best heat, what would you even call it? Best heat modifiers to win heat whatever. It's a very easy thing to do. But when you have a boss cell system instead, you don't have to worry about that. Everyone's gonna be playing the same difficulty, no matter what. So Oblivion Override has the boss cell system. Blaze Blue has a heat system. And so does Astral Ascent. Missed. I turned around for some reason. Earlier Destiny levels are beneficial until after 6. After that, it's all unhinged stuff. Some of it's not terrible. Like, some of it I actually don't mind turning on. Like, the healing room is disabled. That, to me, is like, eventually you want to play that way anyway. But you don't want to go into a healing room because it costs you power. I think this is actually a very good skill.
Ooh, I'll take this.
Like, if I could turn something multi-hit into fire, I probably would. But we need a new spell to do that. Your 21 BC videos seem very difficult. Yeah, they're not bad. Don't want to toot my own horn, but yeah, I'd say there's some difficulty. Spell hit ignition chance.
A new toy to play with.
Okay. And the eclipse room we need for the passive.
Eclipses. Love them.
Yo, we had an eclipse just the other, was it a week ago or a month ago at this point? Did you all stare up into it when they told you not to? Be honest. Be for real.
Monster head.
Science told you not to look at it, so you did the opposite. No way.
One more to my collection.
I did not think that was going to instantly do damage to me.
An elite monster.
Ooh. I was streaming during the eclipse. Airless went out there. She got some footage. But I expected it to be pitch black outside, but it looked like it was just overcast. And I thought we were on the path. You had busted eclipse binoculars. At that point, you just look at it. No, don't do that. I wasted money on these Amazon eclipse shades that got recalled the day before. I'm just gonna look at it.
Taste.
I'm already in deep. I already wasted money, so may as well go the whole step. Don't do that, chat. Giga crit right now. Simpsons reference? I make that Simpsons reference like in my own brain all the time. I don't say it out loud because I assume no one would know what I'm talking about.
Whoa, a new aura power.
Looks like Risk of Rain X Dead Cells. So I got a bunch of comments on the Rogue Prince of Persia video that was all like, this is literally Dead Cells. Not even just it's kind of Dead Cells, it's literally Dead Cells. We need a 3-piece, a 3-mana like spender. Preferably something that wants to be fire too. Explosive Hug. That looks very cool. Doesn't want to be multi-hit. Very flashy. I wonder if it pulls in the boss. I assume not. Gotta keep the missile for now. Eventually we'll probably ditch missile. Maybe we do this now. Well, no, because like we want the missile for the next fight. I don't think we... And we're probably fine. Famous last words, of course. We're probably fine. This is our bomb.
My spell absorbed its power.
And then we're gonna turn into fire, maybe. Alright. Just join based in 45 seconds. That's what I figured out. Yeah, no problem. I would say this is the closest to a Dead Cells that it might get as far as like traversal, but still not really. It like obviously it takes you some time to see. Oh, what I will say, after this fight right here, this is a boss. This is the third boss out of 5. If you see this boss and you think this is just Dead Cells, it's just Dead Cells with the skin. I don't know what to tell you after that. So I'll get back to you after this. And you tell me if this is Dead Cells.
Vagabonds?
That's not like a direct insult to anybody. I love doing this bit.
But who died?
Cobalt. It is not a living thing like you believe it is.
That's for last time, Scorpio!
Last time? I already got hit. Sorry, I already lost my passive. He's not invulnerable during that.
How dare you?
Oh crap, we have to counter to get the passive. I'm on a 2-second cooldown. I'm 6 out of 10. I don't know if I can do this before the game ends. I only have 2 bosses after this. I'm gonna get ulted too.
Out of my sight!
Unlucky. I was gonna say he's not invulnerable. I'll take 2 parries.
Cobalt is a superior weapon! How could we lose?
Okay. So now you saw the boss fight. Think of your concierge, your mama tick, conjunctivius. Is that Dead Cells? You may say, okay, V, those are first biome bosses. That's the third biome boss. Be real. Okay. So that means this is adjacent to the final bosses. Hand of the King and whatnot. Fire shield damage. Fire shield would be kind of decent, and we already have 1 piece of it. The snowflake is worthless. But it's better than the missiles that are seeing no play right now.
A new toy to play with.
Could maybe go fire shield with Hug Me. Thank you for the hydration. I have actual water today. Legitimate water. Don't ask me when was the last time I had clear water. Probably the last time I streamed. Spirit Sword. Ideally, want to see fire here. Fire Shield. Okay, we're gaming. Missiles coming out. That's Ember, I think. Or we restore 4 life. 4 life is not very much. Even the Embers.
Cool power for my
Okay, so we got a new passive. Your double jump becomes an awesome attack that works like a basic attack. That is incredibly good. You can even pair this with like additional jumps. And you get a jump reset for hitting enemies. I don't think you spam that as like your basic attack unless it's multi-hit. If it's multi-hit, then we're really kind of cooking. Which is interesting because I was thinking the passives didn't have exciting stuff like that.
Let's keep going.
I mean, it does good damage, but I can't tell if it's multi-hit because the monster's dying too fast. Chat, if you're seeing this game for the first time, let me know what you think about it. I always love showing this game off. So any excuse I have for like, oh yeah, V, that game's sick. Ooh. Is great for me to hear.
Ooh, shiny.
Alright. We'll take this just for the power. If we pair like-minded individuals to their spells, they get bonus damage. Ignition. Multi-hit ignition. We got options, people. The game was originally a neutral build, now it's going fire. We swerved. The best roguelikes out there are ones that you can swerve. Unlucky. Like, you can't really swerve in Dead Cells to something completely different. At best, you can swerve from one purple weapon to another purple weapon. By the way, we have a new Dead Cells vid up that talks all about that. If you haven't checked it out, please do so. You won't be disappointed. I opened Steam to look at the game, and your stream is the broadcast. That's the guy. I had to do a double take. Is what Slider just said. Or crit. %. I did not crit once. Really? My crit's still garbage? I wouldn't think so.
This spell is weird.
Level 7. Fireball. Multi-hit. That would be Flash Kick gone. That's a 3-piece. Yeah. That's fair. Thank you, game.
More money than I ever had on the caravan. Mine.
So, we had a neutral build. Neutral is like an element in this game, just like how fire is. We are pulling out of neutral and starting to commit to fire wherever possible.
An ambush. Classic. Wow, this one looks tough.
Yeah, I guess this passive's a little tough if the monsters are on the ground. But there's a lot of monsters that are not on the ground.
Oof. On the way.
Are oddly satisfying. I never took a different fire spell, well, non-fire spell to turn into fire. We ended up grabbing... Oh no, we do have this. Okay, yeah. We're gonna turn this into fire, probably put fire shield on it, because I think ignition is on hit, and fire shield should be on spell cast. Yeah, spell cast, fire shield versus... And this is like the build making that we're trying to do. Versus each hit ignition. We don't care for each hit on a single hit thing. So now this is also fire. And we are fully... Oh, we're not. We have one neutral left. It's called Flaming Side, but it's actually neutral. Okay. Would you say this game is hard to get into?
Almost there.
No, actually. Of all the roguelikes that came out recently, because of the way the difficulty progression is in this game, I say this one is one of the best in terms of like pick up and play. It also has co-op, if that's important to you. Ooh, that looked multi-hit to me. I did try this game co-op with Airless only one time, but it was actually very, very enjoyable. I don't think I can get any new auras.
Infinite Caravan, here I come.
That being said, it is a game where you probably won't win on your first try. Not due to meta progression, but due to there's a lot of knowledge for these boss fights, where like you will probably hard feed until you learn the boss. And even after you learn that boss, because there are 12 bosses, right? And it puts randomly one of 3. So it's like earth signs, fire signs, air signs, water signs. So it's like there's 3 of each, and they pair those in your run. So you may see a different boss the next time you go in. It's like I can't learn how to fight one boss because I'm fighting against another one. That is a thing. Which I say works because in this game the difficulty progression is pretty well balanced compared to some other action roguelikes. And there's multiple characters too, so if you don't like one character, just play somebody else. Take no damage! So this one, you actually follow it. You have to be careful not to outpace it. Especially stuff like this. Jesus. Ooh. Clean! Yo, just wait until we go in our Sonic arc. When Sonic Generations X Shadow comes out, your snowflake hits do frost mines. We get snowflakes. Chat, how do we get snowflakes? We get snowflakes on fire shields. It's incredibly interesting. This is 15% crit and 20% damage. But it's like, what if? What if the snowflake angle is the hit? I'll get the crit back. The 20% strength is kind of a loss. But we can get the crit back. I swear.
What? What are you?
What are you?
Excellent.
We melt. Oh, you all see the ice mines? Worth. That's so worth.
Punching a ghost feels weird.
Best decision we made all stream.
Cool gambit.
Bomb. Fire shield. Spell cast fire shield 4 seconds. So ideally, if this one has fire shield, you don't want to double dip it. This one also has fire shield. I mean, I guess there's no reason not to do it in case I don't have mana. I know they don't double dip. Honestly, this is probably better. All right. Gambit's spell level up. We're at 7, 5, 6. This costs HP to use it.
No horizon? That can't be good.
Okay, so this is the best that we have, I think. That and the bomb.
Cool power for my cool spell.
Level 2. Half HP gone? Can I do more? Yes. Because I'll just heal myself.
That stings.
Oh, she heals me! That's actually really good. Level 10. This is 180. And then I heal for I don't know how much. Decent chunk. Plus 5 legendary. Are we gonna get rid of the flaming slide? I don't know how. I don't know about that one. I did it, but I don't know how I feel about it. Okay. Remember, we still have probably the hardest boss in the game coming up. Ideally, I would like to win. Yo, snowflakes. I don't want to level that thing up. Not unless it has stuff equipped. We gotta get our strength and crit back. Visually, this game looks really good. Yeah, they cooked. This was actually a Kickstarter. For those who don't know, the devs had a Kickstarter campaign, which was highly successful, to the point where they could do DLC. They have another character that they plan to add. They're just working on some of their immediate content stuff, so like the extra weapons, the extra heat difficulty, all of that kind of stuff. Whoa, I don't want to do that. That took so much damage away from me. Okay, this stuff hurts. I do have a Death Defiance.
Portals, portals, portals. Boring.
You know, I might have misplayed a little bit, because I think I have to double heal here.
Welcome.
I'm gonna have to take these, heal myself. Because the issue is, the next boss could actually kill me if we're not careful.
Thank you, shards.
So I lost a lot of stars doing that. Stars are the way how I power myself up by utilizing these.
So good.
And like I said, we lost a lot of strength and a lot of crit. So we needed those stars to get that back. I have a lot of money. This is ignition, right? Spell hit ignition goes on the... Ora. Couldn't figure out what to say there. Spell cast Wisp goes here. Unlock it. Snowflake. Spell cast Snowflake? You know what? Slot it in. Perfectly okay with that. That's like putting the triangle peg in the square hole. They say not to do it, but sometimes it has to be done. Alright, it's the best I can do. We have an empty spell, which is not great. And I don't think I'll have the money to make it not empty. Whatever is the opposite of empty. Give me a good boss. Not awful. I'm not ranged though. This fight sucks if you're melee. Because they just go to opposite sides of the map constantly.
I can hear your disappointment, Gemini. But with numbers, we could live.
Libra, you are aware of what we are, and you know our duties.
I understand. I will seek an answer for you as well. You are allowed to attack me.
They're like the same, not really tribe, but I guess you could think of it as a tribe. That hit somehow. I pressed the counter button. I got a counter. But see how, like, I have to go all the way over here to find the boss? I walked into the laser. I didn't know it was persistent like that.
We are surprised.
One counter. We're 8 out of 10.
In osmosis.
Ulti. I'm already half HP somehow. I didn't counter that. Heal. Sorry, I'm a little focused. It's not an easy fight. It's not the fight I was afraid of. I need to counter. I missed! See how bad this is as melee? Crap. I don't know if the final boss counts as a Zodiac.
Superior to us. We cannot deny it. However, we will never give up.
Alright. Open up. Ooh, target crit chance? We have no way to slot that in. Crit missiles? They're trying to give us crit back. But what I'm actually gonna do, I'm gonna sell to get the stars. Stars. Didn't seem like a lot. Alright.
This is
we have enough stars to get a life, health pot. Not enough money to do much here. No fire. Fire shield. One hit ignition, that's big for the fireball.
This one's rare.
Because this thing hits 5 times. I'm not worried. I'm thinking, that's all. Replace a vulnerability for a burn. Fire shield. It's just, I'm pretty sure fire shields don't stack. So to actually bring in this many fire shields, I think is not quite anti-synergy, but it's redundant. I know the build wants fire shield like that badly, but I think functionally it doesn't help to have this many.
Dirty.
Agree with the point you made about latest video about bosses, because I feel like having multiple bosses to pull from would make each playthrough more interesting in Dead Cells. And technically, like, you can go to any of the boss fights that you want. It's just that if I want to go to Black Bridge, because I'm in Ramparts or wherever, technically you can go from Ramparts to Conjunctivius. It would just be nice to have... Honestly, I'd just rather have Concierge be a little better than it is. Because, like, I do try the path towards the boss that I want to fight. And there's a lot, especially on Update 35. That's something that, like, console and mobile players don't have. On Update 35, they added a lot more new connecting paths. So, like, you can fight Death. You can fight Dracula. in ways that you can't on console and mobile right now. So it's better. It just doesn't help. It actually hurts my chances of fighting Concierge. I am less likely to fight Concierge now that the routing's better. Best cutscene in all roguelike gaming? I'm not worried, I just don't know what's gonna happen.
I, Ophiuchus, am the one and only ruler.
I might have all
of
the endings
galaxy.
for Kiran.
Glory to the ancients.
Yeah, so it just goes into combat immediately. I'm gonna ult immediately, so I get more time to get my ult back. It counts! 9 out of 10! That's huge! Oh, wow. Meant to do that in the air.
A scratch.
Oh my god, the snowflakes. Huge right now. Ten out of 10! Explosive temper unlocked.
Kieran.
Wait, who's the real one?
Who's the real one, me or him? What a good voice line.
I guess I'm the real one after all.
The voices are probably the best part about this game. Oh, wow. I rarely get hit by that. Unlucky. He's gonna ult too. And have to heal myself. That sucks. If we were able to like one phase that, I would have been actually impressed. Up here? Yeah. Died to burn.
Get back to my collection.
I used my health pot, so I have no health pots now.
How dare you! Death is the only way out for you.
For me? For me? Second best cutscene in all of gaming? Or all of roguelike gaming? This game goes hard AF. They cook. They know how to make it look good. And hopefully I'm making the game look good too. It would suck if I look terrible playing this. Oh, that dodges both. Very convenient. I need a better way to dodge these.
Sagittarius' anger is all mine!
With the snowflakes. It's an easy parry. Dang. Half HP. Our damage doesn't seem very good.
I shall erase your existence from history!
There's a non-zero chance that we lose this. my god, why she put the heal over here? Did I get hit by both of those and didn't land a single parry?
Earthling, meet your worst enemies.
Shadow clone? No magic left.
Big parry. Got one. Oh my god, he actually killed me.
No, not on my watch.
Only 150 HP?
Warrior, destroy.
I've never seen that before. Oh my god.
The galaxy laughs at you, insect.
That... I've never seen Aquarius do that attack before. I thought it was just gonna be the tornadoes that... It actually did that in this fight. It did the tornadoes on the ground that you jump and then dodge through. I've never seen that. Where it puts 3 pots out that just do constant damage. Now to be fair, like, I died to the clones. Like, I needed that Death Defiance for the boss. And my damage was not great. Holy crap. I think the snowflakes were okay. They do have a damage chart in the game, but I think, like, now that I'm out of the match, it's not gonna let me see it. It would be kind of nice if I could check prior run history.
All is well?
But I don't think that's available right now. Oh crap.
I was expecting you.
I mean, we got our passive unlocks. That stuff stays for good. I did get a bunch of unlocks as a matter of fact, so it's not too terrible. So you know what? We still call that a win. It's a roguelike game. We're playing on my current PB, I think, 15. It goes up to 54 though, so we have a long way to go.
Look at that damage.
And to give you an idea of like, V, if that's that hard, how are you supposed to actually get it? This game has a pretty expansive... I don't really want to call this meta tree, because when I think meta, I think like you can't win until you do these, and technically like you can win anything, but obviously the more of these you have, the much easier time you will have. Because not only are you adding stuff to each run, like feathers are cursed, less stars received, items cost more, like it has all of that to it. Every time you increase the heat, monster HP and damage goes up by a percentage. It's like maybe 5% per, I'm just making up a number. So if I have stuff like Zodiac charging speed, we actually only got Libra the one time in that fight. There may have been a circumstance where if I had more of this, I could have done Libra more. Life when you enter a room. Attack speed per hero level. This has nothing to do with how many stars you spent. Just by the end of the game, you will have more attack speed than you usually do. Rerolls. Aura Refiner bar, which I think we capped out, so I don't think that was a thing. More keys equals more power-ups. Void stones, healing shards, like there's everything in here. So you will actually be able to win eventually. Once you get those. Have a Nice Death has that feature and it's sick. I'm sorry, what feature? Oh, match recap? Being able to tell where you failed? Being able to tell what did no damage? Like, against Libra, I think I did... No, we didn't fight Libra. Against Gemini, I could have sworn we did good damage. But then as soon as we hopped over to Ophiuchus, damage just went out the window. I probably missed a bunch of stuff too. Chat, we're good. On a Monday night, we are good to go. Hope you all had a good time in the stream today. I'm gonna try to send you all to someone not playing Stellar Blade. Not that I have anything against the game, but that's just what everyone's playing. Pretty sure you can see that anywhere. I'm gonna send you all over to Lee Breezy, who is currently playing some Raven's Watch. If y'all remember Raven's Watch, we played it on Saturday. Very fun game. I don't know if I've ever raided Lee Breezy before, so if y'all can do me a favor, just real quick, like I know you're hungry, I know you're thirsty. If I could just have you to do the copy pasta. Copy the text you see on the screen, the VH or the V for victory, and once the raid is done, we're gonna paste that into Lee Breezy's chat. Lee Breezy loves copy pasta. He's actually talking about copy pasta right now. I just have him muted so you all can't tell. Tomorrow's stream, we're in Hades 2 waiting room. No new games until Hades 2 launches, unless Rogue Prince of Persia comes out first. Thank you for all the bits, follows, subs, raid from the homie Halian as well. Always appreciate you all stopping by. YouTube, good videos went up this week. I'm gonna try to put up a new video every single day this week if I'm lucky. Yeah, we're ending, but we're raiding. So get your copy pasta ready because we're gonna paste that into Lee Breezy's chat. You all have a good night, good day, good evening, good whatever, wherever you are, and I will see you over in Lee Breezy's chat.
They demoted me back to difficulty 1, so you can choose to continue or say continue. Oh, hi.